few stories to mention this morning. And, of course, the lead as of lately and probably will be for a while is the Blake Lively thing with Justin Baldoni.
It's amazing.
So her publicist, Leslie Sloan, has filed a motion to be removed from Baldoni's $400 million lawsuit. They argue there is no basis for claims against her. Sloan's team also called the allegations a smoke and mirrors exercise to distract from Lively's accusations against Baldoni. Her lawyers also dismissed the extortion claims, stating Baldoni's legal team failed to show where or how the alleged extortion occurred.
I think she is a distraction because I can't hear her name without thinking of Ferris Bueller.
Who? Oh, Sloan.
Yeah.
Leslie Sloan. Sloan. Come along, darling. So Mayor Zisca Mora of Paredes, Spain, is heartbroken that her town cannot afford to sue Meghan Markle over the nearly identical logo of her rebranded lifestyle company as ever.
So there's a Spanish town that wants to sue her.
Yeah. Mora claims that the logo looks strikingly similar to the town's centuries-old coat of arms.
My name is El Marty Singer. I will be representing the town in this legal battle.
So Mora insists that Markle should change a design as their emblem, featuring a palm tree and two swallows.
Or we will kill you.
Has been tied to the town's culture since 1370.
Well, I think they got there first then.
Mora says we are still a bit shocked, and she claims the residents are upset that Markle is using the symbol to sell products like jam around the world and wants the logo pulled.
You think it's just a chance or a case of her having no idea that there was a similar small town, seal in a small town in Spain?
All right, here's the plan. We're going to rip off the logo of a small Spanish town.
Yeah, you remember that lawsuit between the Washington Nationals and Walgreens a few years ago?
The W.
Yeah, the W
Yes.
was pretty much the same. I think Walgreens ended up winning that, but I also don't think that the Nationals ever changed their logo.
Okay. Mora seemingly offered up a kind of trade so that Markle would change up her logo. The mayor says that Markle would be a welcome guest in the town, and they could even invite her to the patron saints festas and let her be the hostess. That'll do it.
All right.
Markle showed off her updated lifestyle brand earlier this week, rebranding from American Riviera Orchard. Yep. So, OnlyFans model Bonnie Blue has been hinting that she's pregnant, with her claim to fame being her body count, meaning she slept with 1,000 men in one day or however many hours it was.
How'd she get pregnant?
The jokes came fast and furious, and one name popping up in all the punchlines over social media was Maury Povich, whose program often featured DNA tests to determine a baby's father. And apparently the retired TV host learned early that his name was being brought up because he chimed in on social media and he wrote, "I'm sitting this one out."
Dude, that would be great to have her and 1,000 guys on stage as they get the test results.
Yep, with a caption along wishing her the best of luck. Bonnie is not to be confused with Lily Phillips, who achieved fame in a similar way and who was also claiming to be pregnant. So we'll see where this goes.
There's a simultaneous disgust and fascination with how they pull off. What they're saying is sex with 1,000 people in 24 hours.
Yeah.
What exactly are they using as the bar? Is it simple penetration?
Yeah, I think it was penetration and
one thrust,
X amount of seconds. No, it was more than that. It was like 15 seconds of in and out, if you will. So we told you last spring that Nicolas Cage's son, Weston Cage, was arrested for allegedly assaulting his mother, Christina Fulton.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
There's Weston. And now comes word that Fulton is suing both the father and the son over the incident. In legal docs.
So, Dad, you're going to do another Con Air?
Fulton alleges that the actor ignored their son's mental health concerns and instead enabled behavior from Weston ahead of his alleged physical attack. Cage's legal team responded saying the allegations by Christina Fulton against Nicolas Cage are absurd and frivolous. Weston Coppola is a 34-year-old man. Mr. Cage does not control Weston's behavior in any manner and is not responsible for Weston's alleged assault of his mother.
Santa's got to go.
This is my lawyer, and her name is Annabelle.
The amount Fulton is suing for is currently not known. So, yeah, they're saying the dude's he's 34.
I know. Come on.
Don't sue us. Sue him. Get off.
He loves law.
He does. He just loves it.
You know, I love Chuck dearly, but he does not provide us with the sound bites
I know.
that Bill Weston does.
I get off. I know. So here's a lawsuit. Kim Kardashian is the target of one over one of her social media posts while she was trying to raise awareness about a Texas death row inmate named Ivan Cantu last year. She mistakenly posted a picture of a different, totally innocent man, also named Ivan Cantu.
That's a problem.
But identified him as the double murderer facing execution. Cantu, the prisoner, was put to death days later, but Cantu, the businessman, says that he was seriously damaged by the post, and he is suing for defamation.
You wonder how would that happen? Would you even notice? Would you even, I guess if he says it impacts, but is it, when you see something like that, is there an immediate, she posts a picture of the guy, it's the wrong guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can't, but the problem is you
Can't undo it.
You can't undo it. You can't take it back.
I'm just saying, what exactly happened as far as business lost? What is he claiming? I'd be curious to see, and how they prove.
Claiming that she posted a picture of him as a double murderer.
Right, and he's saying there were ramifications to that.
Possibly, because, how many followers does she have on
Sure.
on the gram?
Millions and
And I'm
millions.
saying, how do you quantify that? How do you prove that was the case?
Well, it's up to a jury to decide.
Yeah.
His lawyers have demanded a jury trial and seek compensatory damages. Kardashian's lawyer responded to the lawsuit saying it was a simple mistake of using the public photo of another man with the same name to promote Kim's longstanding commitment to the cause of criminal justice reform.
I mean, golly.
The image was taken down almost immediately once the error was discovered. We'd prefer to solve this without litigation, which means they're going to pay him off.
yeah.
But of course, we'll defend Kim as
I am El Marty Singer. I'm currently handling a town in Spain, but I would gladly take it.
So, congratulations to Michaela Matthews, who is of the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives show and revealed that she is expecting baby number 4 with Jace Terry. The reality star is already mom to daughters Tommy and Haven and son Beckham, and 4 may not be enough for the couple. Matthews told People magazine, when people ask me how many kids I want, I'm like, I've always wanted 3 or 4, but I could see myself having 6. So they are working on it.
Haven's kind of a cool name.
I do like that name,
Yeah.
Steve. Yeah, that's a good one.
Would you name me Haven?
Would I name what?
Name me Haven.
Sure.
Haven and Steve.
Preston.
All right,
Preston and Haven.
Oh, you can't.
Haven and Preston.
That doesn't work.
What was
No,
that
no.
right?
We'll have
Haven
to-
and Preston? Yeah.
It rolls better with Preston and Steve.
So, Hallmark star and former Ugly Betty cast member Eric Mabius was arrested for battery yesterday morning. And according to arrest records, he was hauled in by the Nassau County, Florida Sheriff's Office on 2 misdemeanor charges, a battery charge and resisting arrest without violence, both of which are misdemeanors.
And this is sad because he just finished a Hallmark movie called A Beat Down Christmas.
He starred as Daniel Meade on Ugly Betty for all 4 of the show's seasons, most recently being known for his role in Hallmark's Signed, Sealed, Delivered franchise.
Not familiar.
So, yeah, he was arrested. So, let's see. In a new twist for the long-running spy series, Amazon has taken creative control of the James Bond franchise. The Broccoli family had previously overseen Bond for over 60 years.
Yeah.
And Amazon acquired the rights to the franchise in 2021, but didn't have creative control. And there hasn't been a new James Bond since No Time to Die came out that year. Apparently, the company is keen to change that. And Amazon MGM Studios is overseeing the franchise now. And the Broccoli family will be stepping back, but they will still have an interest in the intellectual property rights. And Amazon founder Jeff Bezos.
Jeffrey Bezos.
You have to do it.
Meanwhile, took to social media to ask who should play the next James Bond. And, of course, commenters offered up everyone from James McAvoy to Henry Cavill. So we will see what he comes up with.
So as the mega Bond fan in the studio right now, we'll cautious. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It depends. Apparently, Bezos is a huge Bond fan, so we'll see where they go. The problem, I think, is. While Sean is Preston.
Yeah, I saw that.
I would say this is that there are many movie franchises now that are all around James Bond territory. So you have to look at a pocket for Bond to exist that makes sense. You know,
What do you think of No Time to Die, Steve?
I liked it. I didn't like their choice at the end.
Yeah, same.
And I think that the problem with Bond is always an agent acting, acting sort of outside. He should never be the focus of. And a lot of the Craig movies, which were terrific, did that. Made him, I always called him Bond Man because he was more like Batman, with the legend and stuff like that. But again, great movies. But I think a return to what Ian Fleming called him, a blunt instrument used to affect change. So that's my TED Talk on Bond.
Let's see where they go with that. Hollywood is buzzing over a new Martin Scorsese project featuring Dwayne Johnson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Emily Blunt. The untitled film, written by Nick Bilton, tells the true story of a ruthless Hawaiian crime boss fighting to control organized crime while protecting his ancestral homeland from mainland corporations in 1960s Hawaii.
I'm going to break your neck.
The pitch says, imagine Robert De Niro's Jimmy the Gent from Goodfellas, but as a Hawaiian crime lord.
That's interesting.
Marks another major collaboration for DiCaprio and Scorsese.
Jimmy!
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Goddamn hula skirt is killing me.
And a reunion for Blunt and Johnson, who previously starred together.
I am in no mood for this.
In Jungle Cruise. You know what? It's an old bit, but I love it with him, with De Niro and DiCaprio and Scorsese. And DiCaprio's like, I need to talk to my director for a few minutes.
Right.
And they start getting in a fight over who owns Scorsese. It's a great bit. So, Charlie Cox is setting the record straight for Marvel fans. Rumors have been circulating that his Daredevil character would appear in the upcoming Avengers movie. And Cox knows that how the rumor started. A few months back, the actor posed for a photo with the owners of a gym where he was training. And the owners captioned an Instagram post saying that Cox was there training, quote, training for his role in the upcoming Avengers movie. And that was enough to take the rumor mill from 0 to 60. And he said, I had to say to them, I'm getting ready to play Daredevil, because I am, and I'm getting ready to play Daredevil in season 2 of Daredevil Born Again. And he explains that something apparently got lost in translation. And to make it perfectly clear, he says that other than Daredevil Born Again, there are currently no plans for the superhero. He said, I have no knowledge of any other commitments at all. So don't look for him in the Avengers. It is not on the table. That doesn't mean that it won't be.
Yeah. But I am so excited that they've revitalized the Netflix approach to Daredevil. Casey, I know you watched. Preston, you saw a bit of it as well.
Yep.
And if they go down that road that Netflix was on, I'm going to be ecstatic.
Yeah. Yep. So let's see, just a couple more things. I'm ecstatic about this. Jury Duty is being summoned again. The hit comedy series, which first premiered on Freevee in 2023, has been renewed for a second season on Amazon Prime Video and has already been filmed, sources say. The source said that the setting will shift from courtroom to a corporate retreat, reportedly filmed in Agora Hills. And the showrunner, Cody Heller, said obviously it would have to be a whole different universe when he was asked about the potential new seasons. Season 1 saw an unsuspecting guy, this guy named Ronald Gladden, who just happened to be like the nicest guy in the world, arriving for an odd jury duty experience only to find out that everyone involved in the court case, including fellow juror James Marsden, the actor, as himself, were all paid actors. And the first season was a huge success. And Gladden even got a new gig after that with Amazon to produce, develop, and star in content for all of their platforms.
That's pretty amazing.
I absolutely loved Jury Duty. I thought it was so clever and fun, and just they did it really well.
So I was wondering, they're coming out with another Joe Schmo.
Really?
And so, that's where that was the same conceit. One member of a reality show is legit there thinking it's a reality show, a competition. Everyone else is paid actors.
Yep.
And originally I thought, okay, how are they going to do that? But we are so besieged with shows. Yep. The odds that someone has seen the original is, I think, less.
Yeah.
So the odds are better that you're going to be able to fool someone the way they did in the original one.
But you want to have some fun, go watch Jury Duty, the original one. I loved it. Absolutely. Just thought it was a riot.
It came out of nowhere. I'd seen one other person or talked to one other person who'd seen it. And Preston, I don't know about you, but like I buzzsawed through it. Like once I started, I couldn't stop. And you're right. Like the guy who's unsuspecting, he's the nicest, most likable guy on the planet. They couldn't have found a better rube, I guess, for lack of a better term.
I think it's 30-minute episodes, so it's real easy to get through. But just one thing after another, you're just cracking
And
up
James
at.
Marsden is like this hyper version of himself. And it plays kind of a douchey version of James Marsden, but it's hilarious.
James Marsden is a funny dude.
Yeah.
You don't want, because he's so impossibly good looking. You want him to not have that skill set, but he does.
All right, one last thing. The Michael Jackson documentary Leaving Neverland is getting a follow-up.
Oh, boy.
Called Surviving Michael Jackson. The hour-long sequel is set to hit the UK's Channel 4 March 18th, and it will follow up with Wade Robson and James Safechuck, who had accused Michael of sexually abusing them when they were minors. Michael and his estate have denied the allegations. HBO is not involved.
I don't think I want to see it.
HBO is not involved in the sequel, though they were involved in the original 2019 documentary. Dan Reed, who directed the original, is directing the follow-up as well.
I don't think I want to see it.
I'm sure you don't. All right, movies are opening this weekend. So are we going to do the new intro?
Well, we
or
don't
the old intro.
We have to. Well, we said we would do the new intro one last time. And put it to rest.
All right, is
forever and ever.
The final, okay.
Yeah, because honestly,
I think put it on vacation for a little bit.
Put it on vacation because what we have found out is that this intro is quite problematic for a number of people. Because of how high pitched it is, and it plays really loud,
like in a car or something.
Right. So people who, one guy in particular had a severe concussion, and so this is problematic for him, like health wise, like for him. So. This is the last time we're going to play this for a little while. Yeah, this is dead serious.
Well, and also if people are wearing headphones, the volume changes when they hear this, so they'll be listening to my voice right now at a relatively normal level, and then they'll hear this clip, and it blows their ears out.
You can turn it down.
Well,
if you want to,
but if you don't see it coming,
isn't this our whole show?
I know.
Yeah, and our show is. I'm screaming half the time.
All right, hit it, Case.
I still love it. Goodbye,
Opening this weekend, and today is The Monkey, a horror film starring Theo James, Tatiana Maziani, and Elijah Wood. When twin brothers find a mysterious wind-up monkey, a series of outrageous deaths tear their family apart. 25 years later, the monkey begins a new killing spree, forcing the estranged siblings to confront the cursed toy. It's an hour and 38 minutes long. It's rated R. Wide theater release. This is Stephen King, based on a Stephen King short story.
Did you read it?
I did, years ago. Rotten Tomatoes score is 84% on that.
Not bad.
Also opening this weekend is The Unbreakable Boy. It is a family drama, stars Zachary Levi, Megan Fahey, and Patricia Heaton. When Scott and Teresa learn that their son Austin is autistic and has brittle bone disease, they initially worry about his future. However, with Scott's growing faith and Austin's incredible spirit, they become unbreakable as they find joy, gratitude, and courage in the most trying times. It is an hour and 49 minutes long. It's rated PG, wide theater release, and it only gets a 43% at Rotten Tomatoes. We're ready to play some clips. Season 2 of Night Agent adds new dynamic characters, which means new faces for the cast. And in this clip, new cast member Ariane Mondi shares her admiration for lead actor Gabriel Basso.
Gabriel is definitely a very intense, very passionate individual about what he's doing with the work, and just also all around badass human. Like, he does all his own stunts, and he's very, meticulous with all the stunt work, which is very cool.
I don't give a
Watch The Night Agent on Netflix. Here's our next clip. The sitcom Happy's Place interlaces themes of family and sisterhood within the main characters. And here, Belisa Escobedo describes how her character feels about meeting her half-sister, who is played by Reba McEntire.
Suddenly, it's like thrown in front of her on a plate. Like, no, you actually have family.
So she comes right into that. And I think she's so open and honest about that from the get-go. But she's a lot more open about it. She's like, I want you to love me. Let's be best friends.
Shut the up!
New episode of Happy's Place airs tonight. That's on NBC. And there you go, our entertainment report for this Friday, February 21st. We have a lot happening on our program today. A number of guests joining us. We love having a full boat like this. So first and foremost, a little over an hour from now, Christopher Knight, the man who played Peter Brady for all those years.
Could you be more attached to one of the seminal pop culture events in television history?
Yeah.
Friggin' Peter Brady.
Nice guy, too. We've
He's
had
terrific.
him on a few times throughout the years, so we're looking forward to an in-studio visit. He's going to be at the Philly Home and Garden Show this weekend. Also, another great guy, Robert Kelly, comedian, performing at Punchline. He'll be in the 9 o'clock hour. And David Draiman of Disturbed will be on the program, too. He's checking in to talk about the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour, which is going to be Wednesday, April 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center. And Daughtry's going to be on that bill, too. So it's a busy, wonderful day. We got ample sunshine today. We're headed into the weekend. All things are good, friend. We're going to take a quick break, come back in just a moment. Connoisseur will be up when we return, so hang out.
Preston and Steve.
These songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is, and something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life or their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing, and it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah. But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy.
Yeah.
There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
Get the numbers.
But,
that's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain. Yeah. And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean,
contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast. So, on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
Yes!
My Little Ponies! Several My Little.
I try to keep it in perspective so like the Grammys and the awards have dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy, there's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care Bears.
I got My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my
the
God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your mom probably thought they were sinful or something.
It's really funny. I honestly, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans. Yeah. And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that 2 years ago? 2019.
Ago.
Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D, and you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. We were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
awesome.
all of it. I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah,
like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. Yeah. That's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you said getting back to the concert dynamic, what's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album. Right. And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year. I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person. Yeah. Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers. All right, thank you, Kathy. So it's Friday morning, and we got a full card of guests later on the program. So that means right about now, Time for the Connoisseur.
Time for the early edition of the Connoisseur. It's early.
It is early.
But we like it that way.
We do, and we've got lots of stuff to give away with the movie clips that we will be playing here momentarily. We'll have anything from tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco to tickets to see Dropkick Murphys and Bad Religion, or tickets to see Captain America Brave New World. So
some good stuff.
Got some goodies. And a special, Marissa had a theme, and I'll explain it when we get to the first clip. From last week when we were at the parade, I did have the Connoisseur all set to go in case we needed to fill the time with anything. But obviously, the parade had supplied plenty of material.
Listen,
we didn't get a chance to get to.
We didn't think it was going to be that big, but it turned out to be a hit with the
the
people.
parade. Yeah. Now, so we're going to start with this. We'll do a local story. Pod. Steven Starr's futuristic University City restaurant is closing just for its 25th anniversary. In fact, reservations will not be available after tomorrow.
Have you all been to Pod?
According to Resi.
It was the first Steven Starr restaurant I ever went to.
I didn't know it was still open.
Yeah. It won't be.
It changed a couple of times, Kath.
It was Pud first.
okay.
No, it was not Pud. By the way, I got this story from a website called Eater Philadelphia. When Pod opened in 2000, it was a sushi spot known for its space-age dining room designed by the esteemed Rockwell Group, with whom Starr has worked on many ventures. And the room featured a sushi conveyor belt and booths set inside pods with interactive lights that diners could change. And eventually it flipped to be a menu that was more broadly Pan-Asian. Starr redesigned the restaurant on its 20th anniversary, flipping to K-Pod, and served Korean food.
Which I hear is awesome.
However, it never quite found its footing. Yet it was done making flips at that point. So, you know what? I never went to Pod. I'd done, Morimoto and a few of the other
Yeah, neither have I. I wasn't there.
spots, but I never went there.
I was there probably like right around when it opened or shortly after.
a
So
hot
I was there
spot.
for it was a hot spot. And, I don't eat sushi, but like you would go and get martinis and hang in the pods. And it was, at the time, it was great.
Starr said, when we reopened the space as K-Pod in 2022, our customers kept asking us, where's the sushi? So we listened to them and transitioned the space back to its original beloved concept, a Japanese restaurant and izakaya, but this time with a bit of a grown-up twist. When Pod first opened, it was Starr's third Philly restaurant following the Continental in Old City, and that closed in 2020, which is too bad. And Budokan, so I'd been to Budokan before.
Was Fork a
No, that's not a Starr restaurant.
No, that's,
Nope.
I forget her name.
They just got a new chef. I was reading that the other day.
Okay.
Fork did, yeah. The Inquirer reports that Pod has acted as an incubator of sorts. It's a site where some of the city's top chefs have worked over their careers, including Michael Schulzen, who went on to open at Budokan's New York location before returning back to Philly, by the way. So
Ellen Yin, by the way,
There we
is
go.
the owner of
Yeah.
Fork.
Okay.
And the new chef's name is Sam Hensey.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
This is sad to see something like this come and go, but, that's what happens. Some restaurants are a hot thing for a while, and then they eventually have their natural evolution.
I wonder what's going to happen, or maybe Marissa knows what has happened with the original Continental, because there's an interesting corner in Philadelphia, and you would think that something would move in there, but I have no idea.
Front and Market, right?
Front or second
Market?
Market?
Second and Market,
Second
yeah.
Market.
And the other one does still exist on 17th, 18th and Market,
Near
or
Rittenhouse-
Chestnut, yeah.
Rittenhouse Square, right? Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it could be like a private space or something like that. Like it still has all the signage, and there's some movement in there once in a while.
It still has all the signage after 5 years?
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
When he closed it, he definitely was trying to make a statement to the city. Because it was during COVID.
Was that statement suck it?
No, it was like during COVID when the city was having trouble supporting restaurants.
Yeah.
The indoor outdoor seating and figuring things out and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And it just never reopened.
Okay. All right. We have our first clip to play this morning. And if you can identify this movie, we will set you up with a prize. And I'll explain that every piece of food that is mentioned in these clips is a favorite food from one of the Eagles.
Oh.
All right. So that's what we were going to play from the parade last week.
Well, now it's a tribute, yes.
And Marissa had this all set aside, so we're definitely going to use them. So here's our first clip.
What do you recommend?
I recommend that you order some food.
Okay.
Let me have the fried chicken and a steak and the chicken fried steak.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. Order up. I saw this article from thetakeout.com, and it's an interesting list of foods and drinks with misleading names.
Ah.
And how sometimes the name is not what the food or drink is at all.
Like baked Alaska. It is not Alaska.
Here are some examples. Welsh rabbit, sometimes called Welsh rarebit, which I've always called it, is absolutely nothing to do with rabbit.
With rabbit?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Perfectly suitable for vegetarians. Welsh rabbit consists of toasted bread, and it's really good, by the way. Toasted bread covered in a cheddar cheese sauce, mustard, Worcestershire sauce, cayenne, and paprika.
How does rabbit come into it then? Do they explain?
They do.
Yeah.
Or they speculate. The dish also sometimes comes with a poached egg, in which case it is no longer a Welsh rarebit, but a golden buck. Meanwhile, if you throw a little bacon in the mix, the dish becomes a Yorkshire buck. Those both sound really tasty. While the origin of the name Welsh rabbit isn't clear, some believe that the dish was given its meaty name due to the fact that Welsh peasants used to substitute meat, which they couldn't afford, with cheese, and therefore they called it Welsh rabbit.
Ah, interesting.
Sweetbreads are another thing. No, they are not, Danishes or pastries.
Yes.
Sweetbreads refer to organ meat, specifically the thymus, which is a gland in the throat, or the pancreas, which is awful near the stomach, of young animals like calves or lambs, although they also sometimes come from pigs.
I used to listen to Thymus in the morning.
Praised by adventurous diners, sweetbreads have a smooth and creamy texture and a mild, slightly sweet flavor. Some believe that the dish may have gotten the other part of its moniker from the 16th century Old English word braid, which is backwards A-E-D.
Yes, I've seen that, yeah.
Which was used to describe meat. Others speculate the word bread could derive from breed, an Old English term for roasted meat. To make sweetbreads, the thymus and pancreas are soaked in cold water, milk, or buttermilk to remove any impurities. They're then blanched in boiling water before being thrown into ice water to firm up, and then you have to clean off all the fat and gristle. Nothing but fat and gristle on that plate.
Just sounds phenomenal.
After sweetbreads are thoroughly clean, they can be prepared in a variety of ways, such as braising, grilling, searing, or frying.
There's that line in Ferris Bueller where he says, we ate pancreas. And I think maybe that's what he's referring to when they go to the fancy restaurant in Chicago with the snooty guy. And I'm pretty sure that they eat sweetbread, and that's what Ferris is referring to.
And sweetbreads is an important phrase or term that's used in Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, that's right.
He talks about that's how Jack Crawford ended up catching Hannibal because he read a book about, or he had heard about sweetbreads, and then he read a book in his office. Black pudding is another one. Nothing sweet, creamy, or chocolatey about black pudding. And it'll appear on a hearty breakfast plate, especially if you're dining in Great Britain, frequently paired with savory accompaniments like fried eggs, sautéed mushrooms. Black pudding is usually made from, and I've had it before when we were in Ireland. It came with breakfast. It's usually made from pork blood mixed with various herbs and spices in either oatmeal or barley.
I say that was some wonderful blood we just had, don't you agree?
Depending on the region, blood from animals such as cows and sheep may also be used, giving the sausage a subtly different flavor. You've heard of, not only blood pudding, but blood sausage and stuff like that. It's all kind
Wait, another round of sheep's anuses for the table.
Similar, but black pudding has nothing to do with pudding. Then there's head cheese. Nothing to do with cheese.
Yeah, I've had.
Rather, it is a meat product, specifically a dish made primarily from the head of a pig, although the feet, tongue, and heart are also sometimes thrown into this meaty mix. To make this specialty, the head is normally simmered for hours after it becomes gelatinous in consistency, thanks to its collagen. The meaty bits are stuffed into sausage casings. And the mixture also can be used to make spreads and sliceable loaves or be molded into small cubes.
Where are the sausages?
Head cheese can be served on cold on sandwiches.
Oh, my God.
Or alongside more common cold cuts on charcuterie boards.
So a lot of this food that you're talking about in these various descriptions, it arose from, people who didn't have a lot.
Yeah, they wanted to use
every bit of what they had.
Yep. So the name may derive from this. The minimalist recipe called for the mixture to be put in a cheese press. And some speculate that that's where it got its name. Meanwhile, others suggest that the dish has been named after the Dutch word hoofdkaas, which translates to head cheese. So that's possible.
You're talking a nightmare scenario. A number of these foods. I don't like most things that are stuffed into a sock to eat, but people love it. I know you're a fan of a lot of this stuff.
Oh,
right?
sausage, bratwurst, knockwurst, all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah, I love it. Foods and drinks with misleading names are what we're talking about. A couple more to go here. Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah. So Rocky Mountain oysters don't have anything to do with shellfish. Cattle, sheep, or other animals supply the main ingredient, which are testicles. So Rocky Mountain oysters also go by a number of aliases, including prairie oysters, dusted nuts, calf fries. I've heard of things like lamb fries. That's what my dad had called them when he was a kid.
Do you know, my age,
cowboy caviar and swinging beef.
Oh, man. I have to dust my nuts occasionally.
Yeah, dust them. Rocky Mountain oysters are normally battered and fried, but they can also be grilled, poached, broiled, or even tossed into a stir fry.
Have you ever had?
No, never had testicles.
There's that scene in Funny Farm.
Yep.
That's what he has the record, right?
Yep.
They're not. They're so chewy.
Are
they're
they?
really
Imagine.
difficult to cut through? I listen. Most of these things I have tried or will try. I don't really care, and I like trying new stuff. But that was a one time and done. I don't need to try them again. It was the texture that turned me
That
off.
consistency. Does anybody like a chewy?
Who would?
It's so tough.
Consistency of meat.
Is perhaps it consumed more by people who use it as like gum?
Maybe. It's just like it's like gristle. It's like you're eating as much gristle as you possibly can in one bite.
Nick, if I don't eat really meat a lot, the occasional burger, but if like a steak, when I would encounter a piece of gristle, I would be seconds away from vomiting.
If it's just a little bit and it's on the plate, like I don't know, it doesn't bother me that much. But like if it's the main part of the dish, no thank you.
No.
All right, two more quick things. As I promised you, I would throw a drink in here, but we'll start with refried beans first. They are not actually fried twice. Refried beans, which are usually made of pinto beans, sometimes black beans, are cooked in water until soft, then mashed and fried with flavorful ingredients such as onion, garlic, and spices. The water in which the beans were boiled is also sometimes added to the mix. So refried beans is an inaccurate, this is where the name comes from, an inaccurate translation of the Spanish words frijoles refritos, which actually translates to well fried. This misunderstanding isn't surprising since the English speakers, the prefix RE means again, where, in Spanish, it means very.
So it's just simply, it's okay. It makes
an
complete
English
sense.
mistranslation.
Exactly, yeah.
That we have has since adopted.
I used to hate them, and now I love them.
Oh, I love 'em.
Yeah.
Was it the consistency at first you didn't like?
Yeah.
If you pop a sheep's nut in your mouth, that
I won't
really
do
helps.
it. I will not do that. No. All
right.
Stick with the refried beans and some rice.
And one last thing, these are names of food and drinks that are misleading. An egg cream, which I've personally never had before.
Oh, that's a drink, right?
Yeah. Contains 3 ingredients, none of which include eggs or cream.
I've had them. They're delish. But
Is it a dessert?
It's more like what I've had
Kinda
is more like a shake dessert.
Yeah. So it contains dairy in the form of whole milk, and its other 2 components are chocolate syrup and seltzer. So it's like a fizzy
all right.
chocolate drink.
Almost like a float.
Yeah.
It's almost honestly, I think it's almost like Yoo-Hoo a little bit, but with some carbonation.
All right.
Thank you.
There's a drink that I haven't had in a long, long time, but I thought that they used eggs in their drinks, but Orange Julius.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they? Yeah. So there is egg in there.
To get the frothy, they use egg whites. And if you ever make a proper whiskey sour, that's made with egg whites too.
Get out.
And that's why it has kind of a frothy top on it. Yeah, I make those all the time.
Where is there an Orange Julius around here? Man, I've really got to go. I'm having a hankering for a Julius.
Do they exist anymore?
I don't know.
I believe they do. I think
I
we
used to
talked about this
love 'em.
before, and there's 1 or 2 in the state. I always hated orange.
Really?
Oh, I love 'em.
They were always
I
in the
hate
balls.
those.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Right? I have a question about cocktails where they use egg whites. Is it
like, are they literally cracking an egg and taking the white out of it?
I mean, like,
Do they
I don't. I
cook it?
buy
What
the little.
happens?
I like the. I buy the little, carton of egg whites that are already like that. So I think that's probably
Maybe
what
that's
they use.
what they're using.
It'd be
Because-
too much work to sit there and actually get the egg white out of the.
Yeah, I agree. Because if I see that on a menu and I'm sure it's all in my head, I can't order it.
A good brand is Meg White's Egg
grosses me
Whites.
out.
Meg White's egg whites?
Yeah, they're really good.
No, I love it in the drink. Casey, going back, making your own orange Julius, simple, and it'll taste exactly the same.
Okay.
It's just simply orange juice, some sugar, and an egg. You can use just the whites if you want, or you can put the whole egg in there, and then you blend it, and that's it.
And that's it.
And
you
just
have to worry about.
just play around with the sugar a little bit, how much or how little you want, and that is an orange Julius. It's so simple.
Okay,
Marissa.
Kathy, I'm sorry to tell you, but a good bartender is cracking an egg right there behind the bar and doing the egg white right there.
So you don't like that?
You know what? I've had cocktails with it in it, but then once I realize
Once you
that's
know?
what it is,
Wow.
I get grossed out and I don't want to have it.
So were you to not know, you would very well
I'm
enjoy
sure-
the drink?
I'm sure it would be fine, yeah.
So egg creams did live up to their name when they first appeared on the market in the 19th century. They contained both eggs and cream. In fact, in the 1860s, when soda fountains were all the rage, the ingredients were incorporated into the mix to turn soda into a sort of liquid lunch that wasn't just delicious, but also filling. By the time the 20th century rolled around, the eggs and cream were gradually phased out as a cost-cutting measure. And they invented a You Bet syrup in 1903.
You bet.
And those ingredients were eventually replaced by cheaper flavored syrups, which are still in use to this day.
I wonder if you could conceivably use egg beaters or something that was of a similar consistency.
Yeah, I'm sure
Absolutely.
you can, yeah.
That's what I use for the cocktail for
Is
whiskey
that what an
sour.
egg beater is? It's just simply an egg white?
Well, there's a brand called Egg Beaters.
Okay.
In a container, it's just egg whites.
All right.
So, yeah, there you go. All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
What do you recommend?
I recommend that you order some food.
Okay. Let me have the fried chicken and a steak and the chicken fried steak.
All right, we'll go to Brian, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Brian, morning, bud.
Good morning. How you doing?
Awesome, buddy. Do you know what movie that's from?
Is that the Pick of Destiny?
Yes, it is. Yep, Tenacious D. Hang on just a second. We got something for you, bud.
Brian, we got a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco It Ain't Right Tour. It's going to be on Saturday, September 20th at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale for that show today at 10 a.m. via theoceanac.com.
By the way, Lane Johnson follows a high-protein, meat-forward diet, and chicken fried steak is one of his favorite cheat meals.
I've enjoyed chicken fried steak throughout the years. When I'm in Texas, when I was in Texas visiting my dad, I would
I don't think I've ever had it.
dabble now and then.
There was a time we used to go to like a Bonanza or something like that when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And without fail, I would get it and have it slathered in that white gravy. Oh, my God.
the only
so
way-
bad for you. So insanely bad for you.
Professional athletes use it to train.
This is true,
Have you
too.
been to Hosses ever, Preston?
No.
Okay, yeah, it's the same thing as a Bonanza, but it's like a Central PA staple, and chicken fried steak was
Slap that on the plate.
always on the menu.
Texas toast.
Here is our next clip. Let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
Clean up in produce!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kenny, did I tell you not to touch the grapefruit?
All right, 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer, call now. Order up. Yelp has come out with their list of top places to eat in 2025. It is the 100 places to eat in the U.S. for 2025.
So just give us the top 90.
I'll do that. So to come up with a list, their data science team started by analyzing the ratings and volume of reviews for each restaurant. They then narrowed it down and finalized it with the expertise of Yelp's community managers. The top 100 spots can serve any type of cuisine and have any vibe, from fine dining to completely casual. So the list has a wide range of entries.
How much stock do you put in? Do you check Yelp reviews?
I do not check Yelp.
Yeah.
I
check OnlyFans.
I use TripAdvisor.
Oh, really?
A lot of
For
times,
restaurants?
that too.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't. You know, I don't really do Yelp reviews for restaurants. I do them on friend recommendations.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I don't spend a whole lot of time in the review section, but a lot of times when I use the map I guess it's Google Maps on my iPhone.
Right.
And I'll pull up the whatever establishment I'm going
proximity,
to.
yeah.
So, like,
Yeah.
give me the name of. All right, we were talking about Pod, right?
Arch
Yeah.
Julius.
Yeah. But all right, so I'll pull up Pod and it's got all the information, and then it gives you just a few ratings.
Yeah,
right?
I do that too,
And-
Case.
Yeah.
It's super easy, and like, you're banging out a whole bunch of information with one search.
Right, and they use Yelp ratings on.
Yeah.
on
It'll even
yeah.
tell you how far above sea level it is, just in case that's important.
I wanted to share with you guys, and we don't have to talk about it now, but I had in the same day a great restaurant experience and one of the worst restaurant experiences I've had in a long time.
At
and
the same place?
No, at two different places, same day, breakfast. I don't normally go out for breakfast, but breakfast and then dinner. And I almost wrote a negative Yelp review, and I just didn't because I didn't want to get the person in trouble. Or whatever, but man, was it terrible.
Also, you entertain the notion that you might have gotten them on a bad night.
Yeah.
And I always think those things linger and can really do a lot of damage. But I know sometimes you're so infuriated, especially when your sheep's testicles aren't cooked the way you like them.
So California dominates the list once again. 4 of the top 10 restaurants and an impressive 37 on the total 100. Gang, there was only one Philadelphia
Are you
restaurant
kidding?
on the entire list of 100. Yeah.
It's disgraceful.
But in the top 5, there's one in Lancaster.
Oh,
Cella's Arepa Kitchen. You ever heard of that, Kathy?
no,
It's Cella's, Chellas, and Arepa, Repa.
Is it like a Mennonite establishment?
I have
or a-
no idea what this is, Steve. Cella's Arepa Kitchen in Lancaster, Pennsylvania is number 5, and that's
Holy
huge.
hell! Out of 100?
Yeah.
So, it kind of we're looking at it, Preston. It kind of looks like a place I was at.
Oh,
It's like a walk-up joint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
that's cool.
So this is, like it said, this list is over all different cuisines. There's one in Somerville, New Jersey, is number 62. It's called Fresh Tiki Bar. And the only one in Philadelphia is at number 90. It's Fat Salmon Philly.
Come on.
That's
What area has the highest density?
California.
California.
Yeah, as far as states go, they dominated. They have 4 in the top 10 and 37 in the total 100.
Jesus.
The number one restaurant or number one place to eat in the U.S. is a place called Hallbox in Los Angeles. So this is from Yelp, and it was posted in Food and Wine. So I thought that was worth passing along to you. All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from. Here we go.
Clean up in produce!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't. Kenny, did I tell you not to touch the grapefruit?
All right, we have Melissa who thinks she knows what movie that's from. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, Melissa, what movie?
Mr. Mom.
Yes. That is correct. And we have a prize for the correct answer. Go ahead, Case.
Hey, you have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks, Dropkick Murphys, and Bad Religion. The Summer of Discontent Tour is going to be on Friday, August 15th at Ocean Casino Resort. And tickets are on sale right now via theoceanac.com. That is theoceanac.com.
By the way, A.J. Brown loves fruit in his diet, and mangoes and grapefruit are his favorite.
She really did a deep dive on this.
Here's the next clip. Let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
Marcus Halberstrand for 2 at 7. No, I want to know. Okay, I came here for the cilantro crawfish gumbo, all right, which is, after all, the only excuse one can have for being in this restaurant, which is, by the way, almost completely empty.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Order up. Here's another local story for you. Philly chef Kyle Timpson. I meant to get to this last week, so I'm a little late with it. But he emerged victorious from the season 23 finale of Hell's Kitchen, becoming the first openly gay man to win the reality competition. Timpson impressed Gordon Ramsay with his final dinner service, edging out Florida-based chef Hannah Flora. With his win, he earned a head chef position at the Hell's Kitchen restaurant at Foxwoods Resort Casino in Nantucket, Connecticut. He said, "I'm speechless for the first time in my entire life. I'm just so proud of myself. I've had people in my life tell me that this isn't the business for me, and now I'm 29 and just won Hell's Kitchen, so happy as S," they said.
So I watched a number of seasons of Hell's Kitchen and enjoyed it. It is repetitive in every aspect. There's, the same scenarios are going to happen. The risotto's not going to be quite right, and there's going to be all this stuff that goes on. But once you start watching, you get sucked up in it. And they've been actually a number of people from the area who have competed on the show and done well.
The newest Hell's Kitchen winner is originally from Dennis Township, Cape May County. But he moved to Philadelphia 4 years ago to further his culinary career. His work at Mashulu, the Four Seasons, and Sin Philadelphia, showcased on his Instagram, earned him an invitation onto the show.
I wonder if he worked down in that area in Dennis Township.
Maybe.
The name again?
Kyle Timpson. And in the final episode, which aired last Thursday on Fox, Timpson created a menu of octopus, savory churros, lobster pepperadelle, and ribeye steak, among other dishes. His mother and aunt were in the dining room to sample it, and later watch him walk through the door of Ramsay's office to victory.
I think it might be cool to refresh the show and actually have them compete in a set that recreates the biblical description of hell.
Right.
And, see if they could do that with streams of lava and things like that. The river Styx, all of that. The damn souls, all of that, I think might make it more difficult to prepare a meal.
Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip's from.
Marcus Halberstrand for 2 at 7. No, I want to know. Okay, I came here for the cilantro crawfish gumbo, all right, which is, after all, the only excuse one can have for being in this restaurant, which is, by the way, almost completely empty.
All right, we'll go to Devin to try to get the answer. Devin, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. Devin, name that movie.
American Psycho.
Yeah.
Well done.
Correct.
Well done.
Hang on, buddy. You win a prize.
Yep, you have also won a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco. It Ain't Right Tour, Saturday, September 20th at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale for that show today at 10 a.m. via theoceanac.com.
All right, let's play another clip. Oh, and by the way, let's see. Jalen Hurts learned to cook crawfish from his father and grandfather and once considered cooking professionally as well. So he's got a history with that. Here's our next movie clip that has to do with food. Let's see if you can identify this.
I saw the well. We know where it is, and next time we'll be better prepared.
And he was nearly killed. And look at this motherfucker. He's leaking hamburger helper.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what it is. All right, time for the fast food roundup. Taco Bell is teaming up with New York-based dessert company Milk Bar to bring birthday vibes to their latest dessert collab. The new birthday cake churros are crispy on the outside, filled with sweet birthday cake frosting, and topped with festive pink confetti sprinkles.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm going there right now.
Oh,
really?
Even though it's sprinkles and not Jimmy's?
Well, I mean, I'll call for Jimmy's. But
Somebody had texted in and said Jimmy's are chocolate, sprinkles are rainbow.
That's exactly what they said on 6ABC yesterday when they were talking about that.
So Jimmy's are solely
Rainbow
chocolate.
Jimmy's.
Rainbow Jimmy's, okay.
Rainbow Jimmy's and rainbow or chocolate Jimmy's.
All right.
They're both Jimmy's.
He's dying on this hill, folks.
Jimmy!
The treats are rolling out Taco Bell nationwide for a limited time, by the way. Also, to gear up for burrito season, the busiest time of the year, Chipotle is planning to bring on 20,000 new employees, and it's going to get some help from AI to pull off the massive hiring spree. The company's virtual hiring assistant, cleverly named Avocado, Avocado, probably, chats with applicants, schedules interviews, and even helps send out job offers, cutting the hiring process in half from 8 days to 4.
This will give people the experience of being able to not show up for work when they've been hired by an AI employer.
So this happened to me 2 Fridays ago, and it happened to me once before. I was so mad at myself, but I ordered online, Chipotle. I ordered through the app. And I was so excited, and I get to the Chipotle store, and I'm just waiting.
Did you order from the wrong place?
I ordered to the wrong place.
Oh, the worst.
Oh, my God.
Did you go to the place then and recorrect, or were you so embarrassed? Because sometimes...
Well, they were so far away from each other. And the worst part
was in Des Moines?
Yeah, no. So I went to the one here on City Line Avenue, and I was having lunch with Chuck. So it's not like I could have just hightailed it out of there, and And so I had to reorder at that one, and then hope that my order was still sitting in the mobile order section of the Chipotle in Newtown Square.
Did you say anything to them?
I did, but there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, but usually they'll just fill it, like it happens, and they'll just fill the order for you.
But you know what, Kath? They were already like busy, and so I just didn't want to bother them. You know what I mean? Like, it was my mistake, and I didn't want to gum anybody else up because of my stupid error. But Thankfully, the other one was waiting for me. And I was able to have Chipotle for lunch.
Crisis
and
averted.
dinner.
Yeah. I was able to eat all my meals.
All right, one last fast food roundup story. Every so often, you might hear stories about secret menu items available at your local fast food joints. And one such menu item has been revealed on Reddit where the person posting the story talks about the T-Rex burger.
Where?
Supposedly available at Wendy's. It is a 9-patty, 3,000-calorie monstrosity. It was originally dreamed up as a prank in 2004 by Sports Illustrated. About a decade later, one restaurant started selling it for $21.99 and $24.99 if you felt the need to add fries and a drink. In 2013, Wendy's reportedly put the whole thing to bed and killed it from their menu completely, but that didn't stop people from asking for it. In 2021, TikToker Joe O Eats tracked down one and attempted to down it, covering it with Raising Cane sauce halfway through for good measure. Then there's YouTuber Anthony Villegas, who claims to have been able to get one as recently as March of last year for $30. So go around and ask for the T-Rex burger, and maybe you'll get it at Wendy's.
So if you break it down and you were to get your own rolls, I wonder if it'd be more cost effective to get one of these.
Probably.
And, instead of getting 9 different burgers?
Maybe so. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
I saw the wall. We know where it is, and next time we'll be better prepared.
And he was nearly killed. And look at this motherfucker. He's leaking hamburger helper.
All right, we'll go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Good morning, buddy.
Hello.
All right, Kyle. What movie, please?
It.
It. Yep, that's correct. Hang on. Got this for you, bud.
Got a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks, Dropkick Murphys, and Bad Religion. The Summer of Discontent tour is going to be on Friday, August 15th at Ocean Casino Resort, and tickets are on sale for that show right now. You can find them at theoceanac.com.
And continuing with the theme, Jalen Carter says that his mom's hamburger helper is his favorite meal. And here's our next clip. Final clip.
Say, would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? They're a little melty, but damn, are they exquisite. And if I remember correctly, you're a big pretzel fan.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. All right, one more story. And then we're done with it. So egg prices are headed to an all-time high. So the next obvious thing for egg lovers to do is to get some temporary chickens. A company called Rent the Chicken is letting people rent chickens, feed and coop, so that they can get their own eggs at home without the long-term commitment of buying their own chickens outright.
That's kind of a smart idea.
People who own chickens can't give their eggs away.
I know. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Wait, what do you mean? They have so many eggs.
So many. They're giving, I have friends that own chickens, and anytime they come up, they're like, here, they give me 3 dozen eggs.
It's like somebody who grows tomatoes, Nick.
Yeah. But right now, it'd be a good time to have a friend that has a chicken or several chickens. And Kathy, that place Beach Plum Farm in Cape May Point, I saw that they have, it's a farm as well, a functioning farm. And basically their ad campaign right now is you can't find eggs in the grocery store. You got to worry about bird flu and whatever the hell else. Buy local and support local economies, and you're going to have access to fresh eggs.
Nick, I'm picking up a couple dozen eggs from my friend who has chickens.
I've been in the grocery store 3 times over the last 2 weeks with literally 0 eggs in the store.
Get out.
0
and
eggs.
I haven't had that happen yet.
They're limiting what you can buy, too. Some of them are putting a limit on it.
Okay.
1 egg.
So the interesting part is that the company was not put together to take advantage of the current egg crisis. The company was founded in 2013, called the Rent the Chicken.
Yeah.
And it might not take long for people to realize that keeping chickens is not all it's cracked up to be. As the company says on its website, children quickly realize that chicks are not as fun as the Xbox, and parents find out that chickens cannot be housebroken. So packages run from a few hundred to over $1,000 for 5 to 6 months, with the chickens laying between 16 and 28 eggs per week. And that would work out to as much as $37.50 per dozen. So you might just want to stop complaining and go to the store. But it's called Rent the Chicken, if you want to look into that. All right, let's see if you know where our final clip comes from.
Say, would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? They're a little melty, but damn, are they exquisite. And if I remember correctly, you're a big pretzel fan.
All right, let's go to Vincent. Hi there, Vincent.
Good morning.
Good morning, bud. Do you know the movie?
That's Mallrats.
That is correct. Yes. Chris, you win our final prize, and here's what we have for you.
We have a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco. It Ain't Right tour, Saturday, September 20th at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets will go on sale for that show today at 10 a.m., and you can find the tickets at theoceanac.com.
Can you play the Vincent again real quick, Case? Because I love the way that sounds from Pulp Fiction.
Vincent.
All right, thank you, Vincent. By the way, Saquon Barkley has an affinity for chocolate-covered pretzels. Marissa, great theme. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, and that's it for the Connoisseur. We are done for this week's version of that. Hopefully you got something out of that, friends. We're going to break and come back. We have a lot of guests join us, so we got to get to the Bizarre File. And then after that, Christopher Knight, Peter Brady himself, stopping by our studio. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is. And Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Sure, her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie and I'm like,
powerful.
turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. Wow. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking just visuals alone? Because obviously the music's going to speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're
not going to. The rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom? Just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material.
Pretty much what they had.
And that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean, that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally. Man, it felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know, I want to go hear the original then, like that to me is like that
you're just reminding people of a version they like better, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. Far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounce it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, a program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow. There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of just I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
it's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. It's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an analogy.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, It was like 6:05, and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later?
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got to laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
it. Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear: the dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave them, I mean, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company? So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
WMMR.
Hey, before we play the Friday song and get into the bizarre file, I want to announce something. It's a good news, bad news situation. I got an email from a gentleman named Daniel Duffy to let us know about our friend John Dorenzi, who for a long time has been searching for a kidney for a transplant for him. And it looks like it has happened. John had surgery yesterday for the kidney transplant. Have not heard from him yet, but his wife says he's doing well, right?
Actually heard from him about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, excellent.
John says, hey, buddy, I'm out of bed. I took a 5-foot walk this morning.
Wow.
A walk is a walk. Thanks for always being there for me. Say hi to the guys. It's been a rough 2 years, but I'm feeling great right now. Love you, John.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
So I got this, like I said, from Daniel Duffy, an email. He said, I don't want to put John's business out there, but he has been in contact with my family all day, and he was prepping to receive his kidney transplant. This was yesterday. I got this email, so it took place yesterday. He said, unfortunately, his miracle comes at a great loss to my family. My nephew, Caleb Duffy. Oh, my God, I'm getting choked up when I read this. I'm so sorry. 33 years old, passed away very suddenly on Tuesday, the 18th. Caleb leaves behind his husband, Todd, his father, Joe, mother, Maria, and so many family members who loved him dearly. I really do not know why I'm writing you guys. Perhaps if you could share the GoFundMe account set up for Todd, then I've done something right for my brother Joe and his family. More importantly, I wanted to share Caleb's story and how being an organ donor can save so many lives. Not only did John Dorenzi receive Caleb's kidney today, but we found out that someone is getting a heart transplant because of Caleb's organ donation. I know.
Wait, but I'm surprised that because usually you don't know who your donor is. How do they?
I don't know, Kath.
Wow.
But he said, please spread the word on how important the organ donation program is. And then he writes Gadzooks at the end of this. So I sent the GoFundMe over to Nick, and we now have this up on PrestonandSteve.com, Nick.
Yeah, so it's called Contribute to Caleb's Meaningful Goodbye. It's on the community page at PrestonandSteve.com. You can click on that page and then click the link if you'd like to make a donation.
And I sent an email to Dan, just thanking him for sharing the story and how it's so it's a conflict of emotions because we're so happy for John. John's been looking for this, is saving his life here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it comes at the cost of Caleb, who passed away. But I said, what an amazing gift. What an incredible thing for a human being to do for another one. It's a beautiful thing.
Caleb's desire was to, by signing that notification that he wanted his organs donated in case of death, is the ultimate tribute to him.
Yes.
So think of the now 2 lives that will go on because of his incredibly selfless donation. It's an amazing thing. And yes, you've got the yin and yang of tragedy and joy, but that's what he would have wanted. So we celebrate these 2 people going forward, and I know they will honor his life with their actions, or hopefully they will. I know John will.
Yeah. So John, we're so happy for you, and Dan, we're so sorry for your loss. But I wanted to share that, and if people can contribute, that'd be wonderful. Like I said, he leaves behind a husband and a family, and so. We have that posted on PrestonandSteve.com. If you would like to help, that'd be great. Yeah.
So John is listening. He said one of the things that he's been able to do over the last amount of time while he's been in the hospital is at least I get to listen to the show.
Yeah.
But he says, that Kathy, to answer your question, it was a friend of a friend. And so that's how they knew. That's how Dan, who emailed Preston, knew the relationship to John. And then John knew where he was getting the kidney from.
Wow. Okay.
And he says he'll come on when he's feeling a bit better, can explain the whole thing. But he also says, I am so grateful.
Good.
Wow.
Excellent, John. We're so happy for you, man. All right, let's ring in Friday officially with our song from the band Froggy.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club. You can heat up your winter with some big time laughs at Helium Comedy Club, celebrating 20 years of Philly and the best comics of today and tomorrow. Live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. We have a guest. Our guests are standing by. So I'm going to keep this kind of short, but I do have some stories to share with you. A U.S. woman who unknowingly carried and delivered a baby boy who was not biologically hers is launching legal proceedings against an IVF clinic over the mix-up.
Man.
And after being forced to give up custody.
Wait a second. Who are you?
So Christina Murray from Georgia became pregnant after IVF treatment at Coastal Fertility Clinic in May 2023. But it became clear that the embryo she had been carrying, in fact, belonged to another couple after Ms. Murray gave birth to a boy who was a different ethnicity to both her and the sperm donor she had chosen.
That's insane.
Despite the error, Ms. Murray wanted to keep the child and raise the baby for several months until the biological parents were granted the custody.
Ma'am, this is a bear cub.
In a statement released through her lawyer, Ms. Murray said to carry a baby, fall in love with him, deliver him, and build a uniquely special bond between mother and baby, all to have him taken away. I'll never fully recover from this. She is
It's a nightmare.
Ms. Murray's a Caucasian woman, gave birth to a black baby in December 2023. She never posted photos of the child online or allowed friends or family to see him. She eventually purchased an at-home DNA kit, and the test results she received confirmed they were not biologically related. She informed the clinic about the mix-up the following month. It alerted the biological parents who sued for custody when the baby was 3 months old. Ms. Murray voluntarily gave up custody after being told by her legal team that she stood no chance of winning in family court. The baby now lives with his biological parents in another state under a different name. The complaint says, to this day, Ms. Murray does not know whether the clinic mistakenly transferred her embryo to a different couple or what might have happened to it afterwards. Coastal Fertility acknowledged the mistake and apologized for the distress that was caused. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a disgruntled employee. I'll show him.
Yep. A 10-year-old Australian boy had a lucky escape after being impaled in the back by a steak knife in a freak accident. Layden Sturman was making grilled cheese at home when he tripped backwards into an open dishwasher and fell on a steak knife that lodged itself in his spine.
That's why they say the most dangerous meal to make is a grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah, they do say that, but who in their right mind puts
the knives?
Some people do that, put them point up. Yeah, so doctors say Landon escaped paralysis by millimeters difference, but after several hours of delicate teamwork by Perth's Children's Hospital specialists in neurosurgery and orthopedic teams to remove the knife, Landon has no lasting nerve damage. And the you can see the X-ray of it. It's crazy, man. It goes right into his spine.
Oh my God.
He made a remarkable recovery and returned to school last week, proudly sporting the new battle wound. His mom, Emma, says she was incredibly grateful for the care that Landon received, but she urged other families to avoid stacking knives pointing up in the dishwasher. An important reminder learned the hard way.
Do you notice the wild part is that he now possesses the strength of a grilled cheese sandwich?
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. In a scene straight out of Home Alone, Paul Howell tried to break into a house around 3 a.m. last week Sneaking around the back, he didn't notice a string tied to a bucket of water.
Oh, man.
When he tripped over the string, the bucket tipped and got his shoes wet, and that caused him to leap. So it didn't like hit him in the face or anything like
made
that.
his shoes wet.
But it was a bit of a booby trap.
How committed a thief are you if you go away because your shoes are wet?
Damn, my shoes are wet.
Oh, this is uncomfortable.
The entire thing was captured on the homeowner's security camera. Police later found Howell at his home, where he admitted to not just a robbery attempt, but multiple burglary charges.
I'm not robbing this house. The door's locked.
No word on whether a kid actually helped set the trap up or not. And that's a quickie. That's all we have in the bizarre file for you for now, because we're going to take a break and our guests start arriving. A little later on this morning, comedian Robert Kelly is going to be on the program. David Draiman of Disturbed will be joining us. And when we return, Mr. Christopher Knight of Brady Bunch fame will be here. And he's in our area for an appearance, which I'll tell you about when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of The Machine, the movie, came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't this isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy.
And then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos.
Yeah.
I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
it's more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he said he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston, and I really fell for it, and and it was a funny story, a funny lie, and then I said we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? He goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in Bobby. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife, and we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope, and all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, hey, you interested? And I was just like, I'll pass. What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, why? What are you doing? And I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really. Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bird, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was
wanted
going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine.
Yeah.
So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Did she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach.
Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next guest is going to be appearing at the Philly Home and Garden Show. Kathy will be there tonight doing an appearance. But he's going to be on the main stage on Saturday and Sunday, and I'll give you the times and all that stuff. And I'm not going to play the main Brady theme to welcome him on board. Sometimes we have people who are so associated with a show. It's just too, they've heard it a gazillion times.
Low-hanging fruit.
Sometimes?
So I'm going to
thought it was obligatory.
I'm going to play something from that, but it's a little more contemplative.
Yeah.
This is the sad theme. Or we could do the House of Cards.
Ooh.
Which is, wait, hang on. Where is it? There you go.
We use this all the time.
That's a little bit better. Please welcome Mr. Christopher Knight to our
Now,
studio.
what episode was that? There's going to be at least a couple of million people that will probably know just from that sting.
It's so good to have you here, and the fandom. You and Barry Williams, you do the Brady Bros, or had been doing it, the podcast.
We've embraced our place in life. And are going back or have gone back now to review the episodes to catch up with our audience.
And it's been sort of a journey of discovery because you're finding out how this is such a bizarre phenomenon, because even in pop culture, this is a level up because it's had so many rebirths, renaissance periods where people generationally move in and out of it, and it's been surprising for you guys.
It's been a Benjamin Button experience kind of creatively.
Right.
Because the show, though it was successful, hasn't or didn't at the time reach the epic level of success that it seems to have reached now, only because it's been around forever. Matter of fact, as I understand it, we're as old as the station is.
Yeah.
Go back to 68 doing the pilot.
Yep.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So it just continues to live on, and that's amazing to all of us. But it's it's an odd thing to keep looking back and seeing, okay, now I got to pay more attention to this. Let's dive deeper into it.
Right.
As you're going episode to episode and talking about these, I would imagine you find that you and Barry have completely different memories of these episodes and what happened.
And we've discussed that.
Yeah, right.
Because we were in the same place, but we have, well, like anybody in a family, you might have, brothers that see an occurrence differently. And we're different people. Very different people. And so, we are amazed at how differently sometimes we recognize the same event.
So I was born and raised on, Brady Bunch, Marcia, fascination, adoration. I went through every aspect of Brady.
That's called fascination?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. That, yes. Amongst other things. But you, it seems, and you were talking about this, about how acting and all of this seemed to be, it's what you did. It was a job. It was, you were never, even as a kid, you were not, I want to be a star. I want to take the stage. It was never a big part of you. At least that's my takeaway. You were never that impressed with celebrity. Or am I misreading you as a
No, I'm sort of swept away, sort of like the rip current pulled me out into entertainment. My dad, was interested in seeing us work for all old European, old school reasons.
Right.
Help support the family at 8.
So it was a job.
It was a job.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden doing the Brady Bunch, and then all of a sudden that's just exploding.
Yeah.
Changing my life. But it was a job. Now that's different than Barry, because Barry knew what he wanted to be at 10. And I don't know how anyone at 10 knows what they want to be.
Right.
And then is successful at approaching it like he did. So by the time it was over, it was like, I guess now I get to decide for myself what I want to do.
And you were eager to get back to school, and you, were you in fear because you so much wanted to have that school life? That, because I think sometimes kids can be, sometimes kids are always cruel, that you're going to be in school and you're on a TV show, and this at a time when there aren't 15 million influencers and everyone is a YouTube personality and so on and so forth. If you're on a network show at that time, even if you're wherever you are, it's something big. Were you, being afraid of being thought of as being full of yourself, of being picked on, of all those things?
Yes, but not at the time the show was, I was leaving the show, or the show was off the air. That happened when the show was first on, and I had to deal with, we went to school, our normal school, the second half of the year, every year. So I was between 6th grade and 7th grade, that's junior high, elementary school and junior high school. I was going to a junior high school, and all of a sudden, I'm going to a junior high school as Peter Brady, not as me. And that was a whole new experience for me.
Yeah.
Why did they think they knew me? It hadn't met me yet,
Yeah.
So,
but even to this point, you're so humble about all of it. We were just chatting in the green room for a little bit, and you referred to Barry, and you said, and we were talking about Los Angeles, and you're like, Barry, he played Greg on the show. I'm like, yeah, I know who Barry is.
Well, I could have known another Barry.
But how often do you have to explain, even like, especially to maybe younger people, what the Brady Bunch is, or is it ingrained in every generation at this point?
There's a bit of every generation that it has been ingrained on, but no, the younger generation is watching something else.
Yeah.
I know parents have sat down with their kids at times and used the Brady Bunch DVD or some streaming as a babysitter for them, because it is harmless. It's only aspirational in that regard.
Yeah.
In real life, are you an only child?
No.
Okay.
I was one of 4.
Okay. Are you, because you were middle in Brady,
and I was kind of middle. I was 2.
Okay.
All right.
I wasn't sure what you identified as. More of a middle child, and
Mike and I were the only ones who weren't opposite of our. Susan was the youngest in her family. Maureen is the oldest in hers. No, the youngest in hers.
Oh.
Eve is the youngest in hers. Barry's the youngest in his. Mike and I were both in the middle of ours. So, it's they're pretty, like Mike and I are the only ones that don't have blue eyes. If Sherwood was looking a little bit harder, I wouldn't have been there.
You're talking about Sherwood Schwartz who created the whole thing.
He didn't really, he wasn't looking for talent. And I'm glad he wasn't.
See,
he was just looking for somebody who could be Robert Reed's son.
Okay.
You've always been this way, and which is self-deprecation is something that because we're the same way. Listen, we're a radio show, and this is
don't take yourself too seriously.
Well,
you'll embarrass yourself.
You don't take yourself too seriously, and that notion of you're somewhere and someone like looks at you and goes, "Oh, you could look like their uncle," and that's what they're responding to, or you don't want to, and you, which is a global. Brady Bunch is known, around the world to be that humble.
And in other cultures, in other places in the world, it's used. It's an example of what people think of as an American family.
Which country, which area of the world have you been to where the Brady Bunch fandom is at nuclear levels? Which country embraces it the most besides the United States?
Per capita, Australia.
Australia.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Australia and America are very similar.
Very similar, yeah.
And if anything, like we were their older brother. Yeah. Sort of, 20 years maybe, behind us. So the Brady's is sort of an example of how, maybe an Australian family is supposed to be. And they're very similar to us. So, I mean, and the love is real.
So it's a perfect fit for the home show.
I thought when I went to Australia for the first time, I was in the high-tech space, think, oh, great, I'm going to get away from being recognized. I didn't get through customs in Australia. But I was being recognized. And they said, are you here to see the real live Brady Bunch, which was the stage play? I'm going, what are you talking about? That's in the United States. And when they invited me, I didn't go.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's opening this weekend. I'm there for a high-tech conference.
Right.
I go, are you kidding me? Then all of a sudden the phone is ringing. Not at a hotel, at a private residence that I'm staying at. How do they know where I'm staying?
Oh my God!
And I'm being invited to and I finally go, and it was, it was where the coin really dropped for me about this Brady thing is really something I should support.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like trying to run from it. It's like trying to run from the wind.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Yeah. It's a smart decision.
When you mentioned being at a high-tech conference, when you moved on from acting, you got into that world of technology. I did. How long did that last?
20 years.
Wow.
20-year career.
You were well ahead of the curve on a lot. Computers.
I was in the curve.
Okay.
I was in the curve.
Curve adjacent. So let me ask you, when you were doing the Brady Bunch for a long time, and the show was canceled. What, you were in your junior year of high school, or?
I was in my junior year, yeah. I was 17 years old. No, 16.
Okay.
So, but there's a lot of, like, if you're in the science realm, there's a lot of lab stuff and stuff that you're...
Perfect timing, exactly. I was 11th grade and didn't have any sciences yet because I was on the studio school. Finally, at 11th grade, I started taking my sciences in my labs. I had to take them all in my senior year.
Jesus.
Wow.
So... yeah, and then, I didn't realize as well that because of the way that I was educated with that kind of support, there's 5 of us. Barry was emancipated early, 2 teachers, a lot of, kind of individual book instruction.
Right.
I had some learning disabilities, and I didn't know it.
Right.
ADD and dyslexia and stuff that made certain subjects impossible to get through. But I didn't know that until I was at, college. And that was a struggle.
I'm sure.
Do you think it was a benefit that your mom apparently was never, like, she's like kind of the whole Brady thing? She was glad you were out and never looked at it like, oh wow, she wasn't a stage mom. Like did she?
Interesting. Yeah, she might have been a stage mom of a different sort.
How so?
It really needed me to work.
Oh, okay.
So moms become your manager.
Yeah,
and get paid for it. They pay themselves from your earnings. And that was helpful to the family because my dad was an unemployed actor, which was one of the reasons I never really wanted to be an actor.
Yeah,
I kind of grew up with its influence, and it's not accountable. It's
right.
Probably best lived as a hobby, because that way you don't have to make a living at it. And if you do, what a great, benefit. But it taught me a lot, though.
Speaking of making a living, do you still get residuals from the original work you did?
No, because they paid out. We were under a contract that had a limited, but we did have some reuse. Contracts just a few years before we started had no reuse.
Okay.
So we got some, but 10 runs apiece, and it all reverted back. And what was really kind of criminal, is the whole cable thing started up as we were in syndication. But we didn't get paid for cable because they said they didn't understand the business model of that yet. And when they figure that out, they'll figure out how to pay that. So it went on for like 15, 20 years not paying on cable, and finally decide how they're going to pay on cable. Oh, but we've already paid you out for syndication. We're going to consider cable that. So none of that is going to be something you're entitled to.
I think in the history of reruns, the Brady Bunch has to be.
It's right there with I Love Lucy.
I Love Lucy. Yeah,
No kidding.
I can't think of a show that at any point in time you could turn on the TV and catch it.
For me, it's comfort food at this point.
Yeah.
You know what
It's funny, though, how he says, though, at the new technology comes along, like cable television, you're seeing that with, like, streaming now. When that first started to hit for our industry, we're like, okay, this exists. How do we make money on this, by the way? And trying to figure out who gets
and
paid
they're
for
on
what.
the other side. I mean, they're trying to not pay because they're not really sure what their business model is yet.
Yeah.
And you know what
there's some
sucks?
honesty in that, but somewhere in between paying and not paying, they've learned.
Yeah.
And they haven't admit they've learned for a number of years.
They never when they retroactively promise, we'll figure it out and we'll pay you for work done.
What sucks
that's
is
what we were thinking.
People are getting paid that have nothing to do with the show. So, like, somebody is getting paid today that has nothing to do with the original production, or you know what I mean? Like, somebody,
but they owned it. Sherwood was the creator.
Right.
Used to be that a studio or network couldn't own the project. Right now, that's changed. So producers owned everything. But Sherwood did, as I understand it, he sold the rights back to Paramount to CBS. So CBS owns those rights.
All right.
As far as money, though, for example, the HGTV Brady Bunch renovation, they took the home and renovated it so that the interior now reflected what it looked like on the show, which is great.
Which is, again, this Benjamin Button thing in reverse. Here we got a fictional house that we made real.
Yes.
And for us, that was a real place, but we've made it realer than the place that we were really in.
That is so trippy.
Though our fans thought that we really lived there, we really didn't, but now we could.
Right.
Wild.
It's crazy.
We spent time talking about just various sitcoms along the years, and how the homes were laid out. Like, was the front door on the left of the stage? Was the front door on the back, in the right of the stage? Was it in the back? Was it in the front? And it's really, really wild to think about. Like, you can visualize in your mind, like, Family Ties. Yeah, their front door was all the way to the right into the back of the stage. Brady Bunch is all the way to the left.
But there's always a wall you don't see.
That's good.
And when they realize the house,
fourth wall.
And when they realized that house, and you finally see what turns out to be a very bland wall in the house, but it's like, it's for us, it is so ingrained in our memories that it's even you walking through the door when you saw a fixed wall where the cameras and everything used to be, was that a bit of a melon twister?
And a ceiling.
Yeah.
And outside the glass is sky. You open the front door and there's a street. Yes. Melon twisting.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was
never glass
surreal.
in those doors, were there?
No, there was never any glass because that would just bounce back.
Right,
showing
reflection.
Everybody that is outside
there.
that fourth wall. So no, there was no glass, and sometimes you'd see the curtains fly through it. Pantomiming, like looking through glass, right? With the hands like in different places,
right?
It was, I mean, the fact is that would if we had cameras back then,
yes,
and as an actor could have just taken a view of what it was that we saw, that'd be worth $1 million, to show people what it was there, which was nothing other than, 50 crew members and a camera.
You mentioned, not running away from it and embracing it, which I'm sure took time in your life, and is part of the reason why you're doing appearances this weekend in Philly. But when you were a junior and then a senior in high school and then in college, were you running away from it?
It was something that, like I said, I got caught up in it. Like coming back from being in a riptide, Okay, let me figure out what I was doing before I got taken out to sea. I was wanting to then pursue things that were of interest to me. I was an introvert, I was very interested at that point in the things that I started learning about self that acting was capable of teaching me and overcoming some limitations that I might not have for years or ever without having the experience of acting. So I very much respected the fact that I had that experience, but also wanted to explore other things. I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I had a proclivity for sciences and engineering, and that's what I really wanted to go after.
It's got to be hard to be a recognizable introvert, though, like especially in college.
Well, it was easier there than in going from elementary school. I mean, kids are the cruelest creatures.
They are.
They're just like
the little bastards.
They're like little chickens. They're going to kill their nest mate if they're bigger than it. Anything that's like slightly different is going to be ridiculed into the corner. So I had to figure out that like in 7th and 8th grade. So by the time I was leaving, I'd already figured out how to make friends with those who didn't know who I was, and the reasons for why they might be, teasing. Really, teasing is a way of reaching out without a better way of approaching the situation. And, they're assuming that you're assuming yourself to be superior. So if you give them any reason to believe that you really are, you're setting yourself up.
Yep.
So I just learned, somebody put you up on a mantle, you get down. And you get down very publicly in front of everybody.
And that's such a brutal time, 7th and 8th
That's
grade.
what I'm saying. It's very brutal. But I had to learn it through that period of time. So it was no problem, after high school and going into the workforce. And then once you're in business, it was an interesting anecdote and actually a beneficial one, because also it was a character that's everyone's, something about this, being the city of brotherly love, everyone's brother. And being that, I already started out as being trusted. And in fact, the outgrowth of Christopher Knight Home, which is a furniture brand now that has been a breakout success for the last 11 years,
it's huge,
is because of that trust. The trust that is assumed because I'm a Brady, people could have in me. So I recognize that that's something I can't, I don't want to damage in any way. So I'll do my best to make certain that trust is kept.
Delivered, yeah.
If you're just jumping in, Chris Knight is in our studio and is going to be the Philly Home and Garden Show tomorrow at 11 a.m. and then Sunday at 12:45 on the main stage. So are you going to be covering your furniture line at the event, or what else is going to be about?
It's a little bit of everything, including question and answers from the audience.
Cool.
So it's a lot of this. And some information on the furniture.
Well, your furniture line is, as people know, it is a now pop culture point in and of itself that Harry and Meghan Markle sat on your furniture.
And had no idea. I had no idea. And I'm thinking, wait, people are telling me that they sat on their furniture. I'm watching an interview. I'm not watching the chairs they're sitting in. Are you kidding me? People not only are watching the chairs, but then attaching it to our brand.
Yeah.
It was, people out there are pretty
sharp.
Yeah.
At the Q&A, people asking questions, and you do this type of thing regularly. What's the one you expect to get every single time?
Are you guys all friends?
Are you guys all friends? No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, at this point, I think people recognize we are. We have the podcast now, Barry and I.
Yeah.
But we're just like a family, You go through periods where you're closer and periods where you're, there's something that's causing you to have, some conflict or small or large that keeps you further apart. Just distance. I mean, right now there's 6 of us living in 4 different states. So Barry's in Missouri. Eve's in New York.
He's in Branson.
He's in Branson.
At a theater.
It's like a theater, yeah.
I thought he was crazy. He loves it. He loves it. So, yeah, and I'm still in California. So,
Your furniture line, will there be pieces at the home show?
We're actually giving away a set of the briquettes.
Wow.
Which is the outdoor club chairs that Megan and Harry sat in.
That they sat on?
Yeah. And we'll give away 1 set per weekend, and everybody that's there that comes up, I guess, scans a code and is entered to win.
Do you design the furniture?
I do not. But matter of fact, furniture is an interesting thing. Most of it is not a copyrighted or trademarked. Well, trademark the label, but the copyright on, unless it's like a Barcelona chair or something like that. Most furniture is just a derivative of another design, so it's all been done before, and so it's not something that really, in the way that we're handling it, needs new design. It's taking stuff that has been done in the past that hasn't been popular today. Like mid-century modern forever wasn't
Right.
being sold,
Right.
and now it is. But it wasn't like it was a new development.
Yeah.
It's
Here's a
just
new place to put your
recycled.
ass. Yeah.
Chris, I have a question. How did it happen that the one guy in the cast of the Brady Bunch that couldn't sing was approached to be on The Masked Singer?
Good question. To teach me humility? Just something I can't get away from. It's my damn curse.
Yeah.
I'm famously not profess my inabilities in the singing arts, the musical arts. And Barry wants to be Tom Jones.
Yeah.
I don't think your audience even knows who Tom Jones is. But
yeah, sure they do. We play this clip. Do you have it, Casey?
Oh, I
Every
know.
now and then when somebody wins something. That's Tom. He's alive and well on our show.
Yeah, and if you hadn't seen him in person, you kind of know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So Barry wants to be a singer, and Mike has musical talent. And matter of fact, everybody on the show had musical talent, interestingly enough. I had no music growing up in the house, and all of a sudden now it was my mom's idea that somehow we could recreate this Brady act.
Really?
Well, because it's commerce.
Yeah.
And
Right?
also,
My mom was about the business part of it.
And the
I'm
tour
thinking,
was a
Mom,
huge
were you
success.
thinking if you ever wanted me to be singing on albums, maybe we would have had some music
Singing.
growing up? Some part of that.
Was that the heat of the Partridge Family as well? The fact that they had that they were marketing them obviously and doing well, or was that
Just think about who was on the cover of 16 magazine. It was Donny Osmond. It was Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Bobby Sherman, and everybody. David Cass. They were all singing.
Yeah.
There was this
Yeah.
other thing that you could do to make money. So I'm thinking, at some point, you probably don't. I mean, I'm very sensitive to wanting to sell something deserving of being sold.
Yeah.
Right. I still on my on one of my playlists. I play golf regularly, and I have a golf playlist. And "Sunshine Day" is one of the songs on there. And when it comes up. It has to come up randomly. You can't play it. But I swear to God, every time the song comes on, somebody hits a great shot in the group that I'm with every single time. So all of a sudden I hear a ding, 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 and I'm like, here we go, guys! Somebody's gonna hit a good shot right now. So it lives on.
It brings a smile.
It does.
Pretty much epitomizes the whole concept of the show, which is that we can aspire to better things if we have a good attitude.
And there's a real cool kind of 60s badass part where Mike ends up singing this, "Don't you feel the sunshine?"
He should be singing.
Yeah.
He should be on Masked Singer.
He does
Barry
sound
even
good.
has earned that right. And I'm dragged along again because I'm part of this group.
Not only that, you're sort of mocked in an episode for going through puberty.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, they know I can't sing.
Yeah.
Right? I'm told to stand away from the mic when we're doing the albums and stuff. And now they're writing an episode and they're pointing it out. They're having me have a voice change. I go, now you're making the whole world. You're making fun of me.
Yeah.
It was the worst week of my life doing that show because as a kid, I owned all that internally. And I never really explained that until maybe the podcast, where it was that, as I'm remembering these shows, it's like that was a black week. Because I really thought that's what that was. That was them not knowing that they were doing it, but that's how sensitive I was to my lack of talent.
Wow.
Having Michael Lookinland, he's like 4 feet shorter than I was, and I was only 2 feet tall. He's looking up at me with his cans, like with this squinty look as we're singing. Like, what, I can't, what note is that? And I'm just sitting there going, I don't know what I'm doing. I remember once doing a commercial. This is right around the time of the Brady Bunch. I had to do it. It was a Tide commercial. And it was the principals, me and another kid, principals in a choir. And we were the principal getting dirty, right? But we were in a church choir. And at one point, the choir singing. And they had like a real choir director and listening. He says, something's off here. The real choir and us two in there. And she takes us into a room and has us sing. And luckily, in this particular case, I wasn't even the worst. The other principal she says, you're nearly tone deaf. Yeah. And to the other, and you are.
And you are.
So don't sing.
Wow.
Just mouth it.
Yeah.
So I go, okay, I know my place.
Yeah, when you have solos in a song, though, you can't fake that.
Let me ask you something. Is it enjoyable to go to karaoke and let somebody sing badly?
No.
Who wants to do that? Who wants to go there for you just want to just make fun of people? Is that why you go? Because
So that was a tough week for you on the show, and I'm going to guess that maybe the best week when you guys filmed, or however long it took, was the Hawaii trip. That had to have been a blast for you as a kid who was, probably never been there before, I assume.
It was no, hadn't been. Yeah, heard about it.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we were given the later on, I think 2005 or so, the keys to Honolulu and Hawaii because we helped open up Hawaii.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because if you think about it, getting to Hawaii was not an easy,
no,
and not inexpensive. And when the 747 came into first with the 707 came in, they could get to Hawaii at least on one. You didn't have to land somewhere.
Some island.
Yeah, that didn't exist between L.A. and Hawaii. You could fly there directly. And when the 747 came about, it was affordable to fly an entire family. And with the Brady's going, it made that approachable. It showed Hawaii not as solely an exotic location.
Right.
That,
or for the elites.
For elites. I mean, it showed it as affordable for a family.
Right. There you go.
Of course.
So to that point,
Now,
you
this
go.
was the best part of it.
You're there for what? I
know that
7 days or 6 or 7 days. But that storyline involved you guys primarily. Did you get any time off to
No.
No?
No, we worked the whole damn time.
The whole time.
Yeah, so no, the girls had all the time off, and us guys had to work in the caves and slaved
cool,
away. But I did get that cool moment because that was probably the whipped cream on my Hawaii Sundae was the spider.
the tarantula, yeah.
Because I got to act like big brave man who was scared to death, in fact. But I was told that the spider had ball bearings in its fangs. I would learn later by an arachno expert, a spider expert at the in Chicago at a spider exhibit that would be impossible.
Right.
Oh, really?
There were no ball bearings.
Just tell Chris there's ball bearings in the fang. Oh my
All right.
I was brave because I thought there's no way the spider can hurt me.
Then
It's creepy.
Another rumor I'm going to throw out there, maybe you, because one of my other favorite episodes is when you visit the park in Ohio,
right?
And so you go, and there is a rumor that there was on the roller coaster, and you guys, you couldn't fake any of that. You had to rig up the roller coaster to see the family on the coaster. That original rig, that the camera was ripped off, and had you been on the ride, if they had not have done a test, somebody would have been decapitated.
Ew. That's what I am told. So somebody thought, well, before we put people behind that camera, let's send it through. Let's see if it makes, you think that we're going to damage the roller coaster. You careen the camera off it's a wooden roller coaster. But the story is that, the cameras back in the day, those big Mitchell cameras, the reels on top.
Yeah.
You're not remote controlling that. You have to have
No, there's a person sitting behind that with his eye in the lens. There's no remote control of anything back in the day. Big camera, on a big dolly rig that is set in one of the cars. They sent it through, and the magazine for the film was ripped off. His head would have been right behind them.
Oh, jeez.
So, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know myself because I probably wasn't there at the moment, and they were keeping a lot of any stuff like that would have been kept from us.
Like
in the time
tarantulas?
frame. So we hear it only after the fact. 10 years later, you hear about what really happened. Now that you're an adult, you can hear, and it's like, really? There's something suspicious about the story. I mean, it's like maybe what they did is they realized that they had put it on there and they pushed it through and they realized that wasn't going to work. So we're going to have to lower this. And then somebody told that wasn't a really good story. Let's make a bigger story.
Let's jazz it up.
And in retrospect, these stories become the reality because no one else has, a countering story that's...
It's almost like Big Fish, that the story
it's
becomes...
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe nobody died.
Yeah.
I don't know if the camera got ruined. That's the story.
Wow.
I mean, to Preston's point about you haven't had a more dissected show, and I think in pop culture history than the Brady Bunch. Is there a question that you have yet to be asked that you're amazed has not been asked about the Brady Bunch?
It's funny. We're joining in on that dissection now, right?
Right,
Barry
yeah.
Because it is kind of fun. Although I guess I irritate Barry in dissecting it to the level that I do. I guess it's forgivable.
Yeah.
That the show has so little consistency from season to season, from episode to episode. But I know our audience is aware of it because they bring up the inconsistencies as well.
Yeah.
But that they know now from doing the HGTV program that we don't live or we didn't live in that house.
Right.
I mean, I know that they knew we were actors and that we worked on a set. But these same people then would drive by the house thinking that's over time they begun to believe the Big Fish story.
Yeah.
They live
It's
there.
all in there.
The thing is, though, it is all about the joy that you've given and that the show has given. And we're thrilled that you participate in it. People can come see you now actively at the home show, which is a terrific thing.
Yeah.
And this means a lot. As I'm sure you get the love back. It means a lot to so many people. And to have you be so funny and embracing of it means the world to us. So.
Well, let's laugh together.
Yes.
And it's funny that I took history all through grade school and high school, and it wasn't until the Brady Bunch that I knew or even cared who Benedict Arnold was.
We did learn.
Yeah, we did
learn. We did learn.
Not everyone can be George Washington.
Yes. And guess what? You cannot pull ball bearings on a tarantula's.
No. We still are learning.
Yeah, we're learning.
We learned that today. All right. Chris is going to be at the Philly Home and Garden Show on the main stage tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's at the center of the Expo Center at Oaks, and then Sunday at 12:45. So come with your questions and come to learn a little bit as well. PhillyHomeandGardenShow.com to get your tickets. It certainly is great to talk to you. Thanks for coming by this morning. We appreciate
it's my
it.
pleasure.
Absolutely. Christopher Knight, guys. Thanks for being here. We're going to take Yes. Oh, yeah. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Our friend Robert Kelly is going to be at Punchline, and he'll be in our studio. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
For Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do that. Your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then. The crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We love you.
Later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So, wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Or to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
Oh, don't worry, I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it
it's
just
gorgeous.
seemed, it seemed so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane, and I love, all the different... To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, oh, it's too complex, I don't understand it. But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about it, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice, because I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort. Yeah. And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid. Okay. It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music, and a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do: we jam a little bit,
all right,
and then I want you to show me something stupid, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place, and we have two drum kits here side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little solo one or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right,
you'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston, he goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio, he goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. To begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's you see?
I appreciate
You beat
it.
yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times.
MMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. We love our next guest. He is so talented that the summarization of his skills would just take too long to get to. But he's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. Please welcome our friend Robert Kelly.
I want to congratulate the town of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. I want to congratulate you guys. Congratulations.
Is that for the Super Bowl victory?
No, I'm back. I'm back at Punchline. Congratulations. You got me again. I mean, it's your win-win year.
Do you know what occurs to me? And Preston, see if you agree with this. So years ago, there was a Maxim event, and you were the host. And I'm going to say you look younger now than you did then.
Yep.
I'm saying I look like crap back then.
No, you look great, man.
You look better now.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Wow, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I was out front, and I come in, and some guy, hey, Robert. I'm like, okay, I thought it was somebody who worked for you guys. So I walk in. I have low self-esteem. I think I'm garbage. And the guy has photos. He's like, will you sign these? I immediately go in my brain, you don't want me to do that. But I'm like, sure. And I pretend, because I have the act like you're famous, dumb. Act like you've done this for 30 years. And I literally, I start saying, but he had two photos. This is what stinks about me. He had Fat Bob from Hall H when I did Sex and Drugs.
Yeah.
Somebody took a photo from underneath when I turned my head on the side.
Oh,
So
even more the fat on the side of the neck.
It looked like a ham hock. And he had skinny me. And I was like, he had to have two versions of me, which made me sad. You didn't need two.
Casey showed me a great video this morning. It's a comedy bit on TikTok of a guy who he made up a song for this, and it's for people of our age in the 50s and so on. And he's sitting there considering whether to shave his gray beard or not. Do I look younger and fatter, or do I look older and better? What are the two things to go with?
Well, I need the beard now because there is a little jowl.
Yeah. And it hides that.
It hides the little jowl.
The change purse under here.
Yeah, that little thing, which I hate.
I know.
I got Ellen neck, and I don't like it.
Ellen neck.
I want to start wearing scarves like an aristocrat.
Right.
Good word.
Wear an ascot.
Good word.
Yeah. I'd love to see you rocking scarves on stage.
I'm that guy.
Yeah.
Silk.
I start smoking a pipe. I drink
Charles Nelson Riley on stage.
It's a bourbon, but it's really apple juice, but nobody knows until I'm dead. It was really apple juice. He never was drunk. He was sober 38 years.
He convinced us. It's like Dean Martin. He was actually drinking milk.
Well, here's the thing. We were talking before. He was like, about the crew of guys that I hang out with are just mean.
yes, they are.
You've told us before.
Brutal.
Absolutely. Yep.
But here's what happens when you have a kid. Your heart opens up and you get empathy. In order to be around comedians, young ones, and whatever, these ruthless people, you can't have empathy for anything. Everything has to be funny. But when you have a kid, all of a sudden you get empathy. I'm crying at Yellowstone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, why'd they kill him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Beth, when he gave him the house, and he walked up, and he's like, and Rip was like, "It's my house." And she was like, "It's your house, baby." I'm like, what happened? Why did he get my house? He's the son. He's the son that he always wanted. And he's right in front of him. And then I can't help. I can't.
Yeah.
I used to be a very tough kid from Boston. I had no empathy. I could sit next to Keith Robinson and Jim Norton, Patrice O'Neill, and take hits. You know what I mean? I got made fun of so bad in Amsterdam. I almost cried, but I didn't. Because I had bell-bottom slacks on, and Patrice said I looked like I was wearing an evening gown. And I still had the show to do, but I did. But now it's like a nightmare because I love my son so much.
Well, I just watched again the Rich Voss roast, and
he's garbage.
You were on fire though. You just were incredible, and yes, it's got to. We talk about this like with the Jackass crew. We were friends over the years. That you have to develop this protective blister because you know they're always coming at you. But was there a point where you just go, I can't roll as often with these guys because it's energy sucking.
Well, here's the thing: is that I was with my son, and at night, sometimes my wife puts him to bed, and it's sometimes I'll go to bed with him at night. He's 11, right? But first of all, he's my size. He's size 1'11". Wow. His hands are bigger than mine.
Wow, my God!
He's my height, bigger than my wife already at 11, and it's going nuts because the other day I actually said to him, I go, "Hey, put this down, or else," and he went, "Oh, what?"
No!
And I went, "I'm going to hit your mother." I'm going to punch her right in the gut. Is that what you want? You want your mother to catch a beating? Because I'll always be able to beat the hell out of her. But I was in bed with him, and I'm lying there, and it always happens. He'll like grab me and put his arm around me, right? And it was like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I've never felt that love. No high, no drug, no alcohol, no sex, no accolade in this business has ever given me the feeling of, I just couldn't explain how grateful and humble I was and I realized it's because I never had it. In my life, not one time was I ever to put my arm over a man and hold him and love him and feel love.
Yeah.
And I rolled over, the last time I rolled over to him and I was like, I put my forehead on his forehead and I went, Maximus, I'm so proud of being your dad. And I'm so proud of you. And I love you so much.
Wow.
And he looked at me in the face and he was like, Dad, this is gay. I was like, it never ends. I'm never getting
You're
out
never
of this.
going to get. But is he made in your own image? In other words, we talk about Kathy's son.
Yeah,
she's built him. She's getting her back.
What? What's he doing?
Just like,
is he kicking you?
No. Like things have to be like, organized and clean, but that's how I was. Like it was always, well, your shoes don't go there. Put them away. Like, oh, you made a mess on the counter, clean it up. And now he's like, we'll go out to eat, and he's like, I'm not sitting there until they wipe the table off. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, my son is a slob. I mean, he's a slob. He's me, and I feel bad because I mean, you go down there, there's just pee-pee all over the toilet. And it's a nuts. I mean, it makes me laugh because I don't have to clean it up.
I actually was going to send a text message to my family today giving them all permission to flush the toilet when they're done. Because I had to use their bathroom last night. The kids have their own bathroom at the end of the hall. And it was like, I don't know the last time it was flushed. It was like straight up.
Yeah.
Like it looked like it was just bile in there. It was just.
I actually had to get toilets put in, like they're called power flush.
Yeah.
Because my kid was pooping boots. Like, I don't know if I told you. I mean, it was, I would collect metal coat hangers.
Oh no!
Because I invented a poop stick.
Yeah, that's a thing. A poop knife.
They called the poop knife. Yeah.
I had to like, he'd be like, Dad. I mean, I'd be down there like, and I can't.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with the kid. I love him to death, but I can't wait until he's gone. Like, I can't wait to have that time back with my wife because I think she's getting on. I'm getting on testosterone. She's gonna get on whatever they take. I don't know what is that thing? Hormones, estrogen. She's gonna get that thing juiced up and ready to go. We're getting our cars fixed. We're starting this therapy because we're getting it back together. We started working out with rubber bands like 3 times a week.
So you're getting ready.
I'm planning. I think in the next 4 or 5 years we get a condo down in some weird Florida town where everybody just jumps in a room together.
Yeah.
And we just start doing weird stuff.
Wow.
Because I'm a psycho. Like, I left the house yesterday early. I was coming there early. And then I'm driving. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be there till tomorrow. So I'm driving back. But when I left her, I left the contractor, Fabian.
Oh, boy.
Exactly.
That's exotic.
Well, he's 4'2". He's Guatemala. He's not exotic. He's cute. Adorable. But I'm driving back, and I'm like, what if she doesn't know I'm coming back? What if she's...
Yeah.
Like, in my head, I'm like...
going on.
And then I start feeling it. I'm like, my spidey sense, she's doing it. I'm like, she's right now... She's on her knees. Right now, they're in the bathroom that he just did for me on my heated floors. Heated floors are great.
Nice.
He did a good job.
Yeah, it's nice.
He did a great job. They're great. And I am 100% convinced that this is happening. As I'm driving back, I'm such a psycho that I've already dealt with it. I'm going to go in.
You made peace with it.
I went, hey, man, you got to go. This is what I'm saying to Fabian. You got to go. As he's zipping up, as he's
cleaning up,
whatever that thing. No. I got to use Duolingo to say it, but I go, you got to go. Hasta mañana, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
And I go to her, I go, listen, what are we doing? And she's going to go, you never. She's going to immediately blame me. I know that. You're never around. You don't. And I'm like, all right, cool. I get it. Listen, here's the deal. I ain't divorcing you. You ain't getting any of it. You ain't getting a Rolex. You ain't getting the house. You ain't getting the tiny house. I'm staying with you. You can do whatever you want. But I'm doing whatever I want. I'm going on T. I'm going to start. All the neighbors. I'm going to try to have sex with every female in this town. And whatever age, too. I'm talking 70, 80. I'm going to do the gamut.
Wow.
And I dealt with this in my head already. I was walking in. And then I walked in, of course. I looked at my wife. It's like, she's got roots growing in. Her hair's in a scrunch. She hasn't showered in 3 days. She's wearing my dirty sweatshirt. She's got one boob is huge. One boob is sagging down. What am I worried about? I'm not.
And then at this point, Robert, are you disappointed at all the sex you're going to miss out on with your neighbors?
I'm not. I was a little, because there's one lady that walks a dog. I don't know what she is. She's exotic. She's Filipino, Japanese.
There you go.
She's something, but I was, we always wave. Can you help me with it? Sure, I can. I want an affair so bad. I just love my wife. I don't want to cheat on. I don't want her. I want her to just go ahead. Just go ahead.
What's your wife's temper like?
My wife, she's from Boston.
Yeah, so she can give as good as she gets?
She's a Pollock from Boston.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of her. I mean, like I say, I would hit her, but if I hit her, she would probably. She's fun. I hit her one time. I threw chicken at her face by accident. Listen to me, by accident. I tried to throw it off the balcony, and it slipped and slapped her right in her face.
Oh no!
And then she went, "Kid." This is what she did. Boston people and Philly people the same. That accent. She went, "Kid, you're dead." I went,
called you kid.
I go, what? She called me kid. She goes, "Kid, I'm gonna murder you, kid." And I'm like, "Baby, stop calling me kid." She's like, "Kid." And I remember she snapped all her fingernails. She just balled up her fists, and her little fingernails started snapping out. She goes, "Kid, you're dead." She came at me. I had to put all my. Thank God I was fat at that point. I wasn't thin. I was one of my heavies, and I just laid on top of her. And she's going, "Kid, get off me, kid. I'm gonna murder you, kid." So, yeah, who knows?
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow, that's hilarious. But she's more like I heard you describe her once. She's kind of like a traditional, she loves being a traditional wife, right? Like standard.
Yeah,
a trad wife.
She doesn't have dinner on the table. I
wife.
get to, make her flinch. No, I don't know. I'm kidding. I would never do that. My wife is the best. I lucked out so bad because I don't know how to say this without, as a girl, she was okay.
Yeah.
As a woman, I'm going to say this.
Okay.
there's pretty hot girls, like the hot girl. A lot of times, those pretty hot girls become old women, right?
Yeah, it's true.
But then there's these pretty girls, as they become women, oh my God, beautiful.
No,
And
you're
my
right.
wife is one of those. When I first met her, I don't know, 5.5, bottom of the pyramid on the cheerleader team. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
How you can bite her elbows and not hurt her. You know what I'm saying? But listen, as she got, listen though, it's coming. The compliments are coming.
Yeah,
Give him a minute.
Yeah, they better be good.
As she had a little mole, I had to get that removed. A bunch of comments over years. Are you going to keep that? Every time I ate. Is that cancer? I think you should get that off. But as she got older, she's like this insane. She came out the other day, man, and she has these beautiful lion's mane of hair. I mean, she looks like a lion. She comes out with these little Japanese jeans, and she's got her, her old lady boobs and her little cancer freckled chest, which I love. And I was just like, God, I'm so lucky. I'm so excited.
That's great, man.
It's like that's why I want to do tea. I want to get it back.
I have a question because my wife has a lot of hair too. She's got this beautiful, gorgeous mane of hair. It winds up everywhere. Yeah. The hair does. I don't know if you've noticed that too. I literally will be eating something and I go, and I pull it out and there's like, an 8-inch long hair strand that comes out.
It's disgusting, especially when you're in the shower and that little spider comes out of the drain.
It looks so great on her head.
Yeah.
But it's everywhere.
Wet
in my
now.
house.
It's like a little.
It's everywhere. Yeah, it's long. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Well, and we don't clean the drain either. We
No,
just wait
you
for
don't.
you guys to
No,
do
you
it.
don't.
See, but you're in the same boat with me. You can't blame me.
I'm bald.
I'm bald, man.
Yeah, I got nothing anywhere.
Yeah.
It all fell out. I don't know what happened down there. Yeah.
Are you a hardwood down there?
I'm sorry. What'd you?
Are you
call me?
hardwood?
You call me hard one?
Hardwood.
Hardwood. Are you a hard one?
I was like, listen, I love you guys, but I don't know what I got to do to stay on the show.
Are you currently erect?
I'm no Peter Brady. I'm saying, I don't got stories.
New segment coming up.
When it's time to change. I'm not. No, it's not. But as you get old, like back in the day, it was full and nice. Now, as you get older, it gets a little,
patchy, kind of. Mangy. A little matted.
I think mangy is the word. I used to have to take care of it down there. Now it's kind of taking care of itself.
It's like a lawn that burns out. Right?
Yes, it does. It looks like the LA fires down there. Looks like Malibu. No, here's the thing though. Your wife, it's like I look at her now and I just love her. I really do. But yes, sir.
Well, I was going to ask about being insanely attracted to your wife because I saw this thing where Bert Kreischer was talking about how much he is in love with his wife and how hot he thinks she is. And he described something that I've not heard of yet, which is he will Google in order to have new material to enjoy. So he'll put pictures of his wife on the internet and then create these AI images of her that he finds to be hot and sexy. And I'm curious as to A, Robert, would you ever do that? And B, have you even heard of that?
I would never in a million years enhance my wife. You know what I mean? It's almost like like if you have your wife's meatballs and sauce for years, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're used to.
Yeah.
But then you're going to go to this other restaurant that has better meatballs and sauce. It's going to ruin your wife's meatballs and sauce.
Yeah.
So I just kind of keep my meatballs and sauce.
That's a good analogy.
Well, because you're living in a virtual world. And, and that is a problematic thing.
Yeah, and I've done. Look, I one time we were like, I want to try to watch porn when we're having sex. And I was just holding an iPad over her face. and she was like, I don't think I like this. And I was like, I get it. This is just terrible.
I never.
You're a Filipino trans woman from the neck up. No, it's I think, what was this book I read? The Kosher Sutra.
Kama Sutra or the
Kosher Sutra.
Oh, okay.
And a rabbi wrote it.
Okay.
And one of the things that really interests me, he said, stop keeping the bathroom door open.
Yeah. Stop it. Stop walking around naked.
Yes.
Stop walking in each other's showers. Stop it.
I love
because you desensitize yourself to your wife. If you see her sitting down peeing and with her boobs out and and all this stuff, you're desensitized.
And this is the kosher.
I'm nervous around you with words. Because you're sitting there and I feel like it's not desensitized.
No, it's fine.
It's desensitized.
Kosher sutra?
Now he's yes, I think.
I love
now
that.
I'm questioning that. I think no, it's the kosher sutra.
I want to check into it because I've always said that the notion of I don't want my wife to see me taking a dump. I don't want to see, and yet I know couples like, oh, it's fine. It's like, no, for the exact reason you said, you're robbing the mystery.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you see them again, it's like oh my God.
Yeah.
My wife has great fake boobs that I paid for that she might be getting out because they've been in too long. What's going on? What do I do?
Yeah, right?
Really?
Yeah, she's like, I think I'm getting them out. I'm not going to redo them. I'm like, you should rethink that. You know what I mean? I mean,
how do you broker that conversation? Or
I
you just
I
overt
hand her
it?
$15,000 and go, I got it. It's on me. I don't know. I'll take you to Italy after you get them done. I don't know what to do because when she got them a long time ago, she's like, I'm thinking of getting them. And I was like, I had to, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Yours are great.
Yeah.
But inside, I was like, yeah. Get rid of these little weird B cups. Can they fix the size of the nipples too? Can they make those even?
How big did she go on the first run through?
She went 45E. No, I'm kidding. Here's the funny part. No, she didn't. Here's what she did, though. The guy that did it was so she worked as a laser hair removal, right? She did that. And the other guy was the #1 breast implant in Manhattan for a long time. All the playmates went to him and stuff like that. But he had this problem where he would always try to get girls to go bigger and bigger and bigger. Weird, right? He said, I'll give you free breast implants, only charge you for anesthesia if I'm going on vacation, laser my back.
Oh.
Which is a big job.
Yeah.
Because he's a hairy old dude, right? So my wife was like, he wants me to do that. I go, I don't care. If you take him in the back room, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care what you do.
Save $15,000. Yeah.
Don't tell me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And just get us a new kitchen, a new bathroom.
Yeah, you can use your butt muscles to rip that hair out. I don't care. So he gets the thing, and he kept trying to get her to go bigger and bigger. And I was like, honey, you do not go over a C.
Yeah.
I do not want weird porn. I don't like them. I just don't want. Get regular. She's like, yeah, of course. So she got this guy wound up getting arrested because the women that he was making these boobs too big, the nipples were falling off.
What?
No.
Yeah, so these girls, they were just too big. So they would try to put all of a sudden
Cut off circulation or something.
all this stuff. He went to jail and all this stuff. She was like one of the last people to get a boob job from this guy.
Wow.
And he did a fantastic job.
But he was one of the city's top guys.
Was.
Wow,
and so
man.
He started, all these
I've heard that about the upsale. For size wise.
I don't know why you would do that.
Well, I wonder statistically how many women who get them eventually, if they really are passionate about it, want to go bigger after they've had a first run.
I don't. She doesn't want to go bigger. She wants to go back to OG, which
Like none?
Well, regular.
Regular, okay.
Yeah, regular.
Okay.
I mean, she had some.
Yeah.
Right.
She had I would say like a little American Indian girl boobies.
But what I mean is
Not the one on the butter.
She wants no implants at all in there, or
She wants
smaller implants.
No, she doesn't want any implants. She wants regular, right?
So she was
That's gonna. I mean, I immediately think of deflated balloons or whatever.
Now I'm going to throw up.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, because you figure the skin has been stretched out. And
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I would think that they would fix
They
that.
can, yeah.
Right? But
when they do a reduction, they remove excess, right?
Well, she just does. Her theory is I don't want to get them removed 16 years from now when I'm 60 or whatever, 70. I don't want to have to go back there when I'm 70. I go, don't. Just leave them until you're dead. I'll take them out when you're dead, and I'll put them on a shelf. You know what I mean?
Looking at the Land O'Lakes chick, she's, unfortunately, you can't see how big her boobs are because she's holding
Yeah,
the
you got to fold.
You fold the knees.
You got to fold the knees up, and then you got perfect C cups. By the way,
remember that.
But there is a shelf life on them. They do have to come out.
Yeah.
Oh no, she's past the shelf life.
She's 100% and I don't want her to get sick.
What's the average shelf life? I was unaware.
I think it's
20,
25 years.
No. I think it's like 10 or 12 years. Yeah.
It's 10 or 12 years, and they keep enhancing them where they make them better.
What are they making out of Kevlar?
No, man. Like I'm 49, and I have several peers who got implants when we were in our early 20s, and all of them are either getting reconstructive surgery at this point or just removal.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what I want. I like I don't like scars.
Yeah.
I don't want a scar.
Right.
I love my wife, but not enough to be around Frankenstein booby
Well, I don't
scars.
think she would have one though, because she's not getting a true reduction.
But if she got the big ones out, then they would have to, because I don't want, like you said, I don't want little
Deflated
sandwich bag things.
Right.
Yeah, but they'll perk them up.
Sandwich
You know what I
bag
mean?
full
They're
of
not
pudding.
just
Look,
they're
man.
not just going to take the bags of pudding out and just leave it.
I just said, I lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
I feel fantastic.
You're getting
I'm over
ready.
on tea.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, don't go backwards. I mean, let's go forwards. You know what I mean?
It's a modern age.
Yeah.
I mean, go put something in there.
Yeah.
Get some. I mean, I don't know how to get her to do it though. I mean, you know.
Listen. She ultimately it's where
Beg her?
Beg her. That's a standard husband tactic. Beg.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to get her to do something. But I mean, look, if she doesn't get them,
Does she appreciate how you've been taking care of yourself and all the things you're doing to make yourself?
Oh no, no! She wants nothing. She's menopause right now.
Yeah, okay.
I live with a full-fledged, possessed human being.
Wow.
We'll be sitting there talking, and then her neck will get red, and she'll just look at me, and she'll go, "I'm hot," and I go, "Okay," and I slowly back away.
Yeah.
Because I asked her one time, I go, "What does that feel when you have this?" She goes, "It goes into my spine, red hot heat. It goes up into my chest and my head." And then I want to grab you by the neck and rip your spine out and watch you die in front of me. I was like, okay, I love you too. Yeah. Menopause it's just.
And it can last a long time too.
I know. It's like can I say vagina?
Yeah.
It's like the vagina going into the moth stage.
The chrysalis?
The chrysalis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another word for you.
The fact that you know that bugs me more than anything. And the way did you hear the way he said it? He went, and the chrysalis?
Is that the word you're looking for?
Right. Yeah. Right at the end. The chrysalis.
I have heard that word before, but I never knew what it was. There's a Casey Musgrave song, and she sings the word chrysalis, and now I know what that means.
I'm going to tell you right now,
Yeah.
99% of the people listening to you went, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
Nobody's heard that
No.
word except for the guy who wrote Silence of the Lambs, because he had to know.
He does,
Because of the chrysalis stage.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that was what a pull. Yes.
Yeah.
It's because it's dying, hopefully to live again.
Hopefully to live again.
Right?
Rebirth anew.
Yeah, it's a weird thing that happens. It's like we cross each other at the wrong times. It's like we are prime in our young age, right?
Yep.
I think, and women, I don't know, like it's certain, now she's dying, that's dying, right? She wants to get the boob. This is drying up. It's dead. She gets hot. She wants nothing to do with me. And I want her more than ever right now.
Wow.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? Like I really want to do
what you're
some
saying
weird
is
stuff.
fact, because a woman's sexual peak is decades off of a man's sexual peak.
I'm very insecure. Did you say what you're saying is fat?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought that's just me.
No.
Yeah, but she should come back. Like, I think once they get through it, then she'll be back.
My wife said to me, this is 3 weeks ago, and I said, are we ever going to have sex again? She goes, we will.
Okay.
That's it.
And then we then left it at that.
And she walked away. And then she got me no grain chips. There you go, fatso. Keep it off. Maybe we will. I don't. I don't know this stage of life, and it's weird too because I've been called fat for so long. Now that I'm not fat, they've gone to old, which is.
See, we started early. We told you. I mean, when both Preston and I had the same epiphany here. You're looking younger, man. You're looking good.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
But it is a weird. I think old is worse than fat.
Yeah.
You can't fix old.
Yeah.
Unless we get a time machine.
Right.
Or they invent something that we have to take and maybe grow something on our back or forehead.
Right.
But it's you're old. It's like, and the boomer thing. Because here's why it sucks. Because you want to go, you're going to be old too.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they don't believe it. They don't believe it. But
I didn't believe it.
Yeah, but but the truth is, if social media is correct, there are a load of very attractive Instagram models that love older guys with dad bods, and I don't think they're doing that for just people to click like on their site. I think they legitimately like out of shape older men.
Yeah, and those people, if a hot young girl comes up to me after the show and says, "Look, I really want to have sex with you," she's mentally ill. And she's into this. She's into, mushy stomach, dead toenails, and a belly button hernia. That's her thing, which is gross to me.
You're right. Yeah, you don't even like it.
No,
I look in the mirror and I say, "What? Who wants that?"
I can't get flip-flops because it's...
We're going to have to wrap in just a minute, but I want to get your take on, since that subject is brought up, Bill Belichick.
Oh, my God.
And the girlfriend.
Hudson, is that her name?
Listen,
she's stunning.
Here's the thing, okay? The guy went to 9 Super Bowls, won 6, should have won 7. I mean, that one with the Giants with the helmet. The guy, I mean, what a piece of... And then he wrote a book. What garbage.
Yeah.
18-0. I mean, what garbage. Garbage. He won 6, 7. Went to 9. Was one of the greatest coaches ever. And he dedicated 20 years of his life, if not more than that, 20 years to the Pats, but dedicated his life to the game all year round, right? And then probably was with a woman who went through menopause and, right? And all the stuff I'm going through right now. And then that walked up to him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay.
Listen, go ahead, buddy.
All right, well,
enjoy yourself.
Let me not ask you about him. Let me ask you about her.
Yeah, she's mentally ill. She is a psychopath. She will someday stab him in his sleep and take all 6 of those rings and sell them in Las Vegas. And she'll
At the pawn
she will sell them in Las Vegas. She will murder him someday. She is a mentally ill human being.
Okay.
And
All
you
right.
should run from her. Any girl that looks at Bill, look at Bill Belichick. Look at his hair. Look at his hair. Doesn't fit into his coat. He's wearing a blue tie. And then look at this hooker he's standing next to. I mean, she is a psychopath. She should be literally in an institution.
Thank you for that, Robert.
Yeah.
Thank you. Robert Kelly is at Punchline. 2 shows tonight and 2 on Saturday. You do not want to miss these shows. If you have laughed, which I'm sure you have now, you will howl if you head to Punchline and spend the evening with this gentleman. It is always wonderful to see you, man.
You
And
too,
you do
man. I
look
love
great. You
Thank
look
you.
great.
You guys look great too.
Thanks, man.
We all look great.
Don't we all look great?
Most of us.
It's a beautiful thing. So
We all look great.
enjoy your time in Philly, buddy. We know
Love you
will.
guys so
Love
much.
it.
Thanks for having me on.
Robert Kelly, guys. We're going to take a break.
Do me a favor real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Big J. Okerson special came out on YouTube today.
Oh, we love
Philly
Big J.
Boy.
Yeah, of course.
YouTube.com/ Big J. Okerson. You got to go check it out. Netflix told him to beat it. He put it on his own.
Love it.
Philly Boy. Check it out.
Our pleasure.
Send
You
it
guys
out.
are the best.
Love Big J, too. All right, Robert Kelly, we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask? And I don't know if this. Listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that, Steve. They didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you were just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
Yeah, I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing!
Oh my God! I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay. What is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's up. He's zooming.
Yeah, we're
Oh
zooming.
my God! All right, real quick. You have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on let's see, Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes, but I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2:00 in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah,
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a lot for snow globes. And sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, yeah, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top.
Chappelle range.
Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
It's legendary.
Booed.
Yeah,
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. I'm going, this is going great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on
WMMR.
All right, let us get the Bizarre File one more time. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's begin with this. 7 Chilean nationals are alleged to have participated as part of a South American theft group charged under a series of burglaries that were targeting, and you know these stories, homes of NFL and NBA athletes.
Yeah,
So they got these guys, including Kansas City Chiefs star Patrick Mahomes. He wasn't one of the guys. He was one of the people that got ripped
criminals?
off. Yeah, he's one of the criminals. Him and Travis Kelce
You'd
both.
think it'd be more lucrative to be a quarterback.
On February 18th, the U.S. Attorney's Office announced charges against a group for theft of over $2 million in
You're
valuables.
not going to believe it. Mahomes was one of them.
The criminal complaint further states that often high-profile athletes' homes were targeted on account that the victims would be away playing in professional games. And the Division of Labor became very sophisticated in that members assisted in vehicle rentals for these criminals, rented short-stay accommodations, made arrangements to obtain false identification, and then contacted partners for the sale of stolen goods. So this is a very sophisticated operation.
You would imagine it would have to be because these athletes are not living in, they're living in more exclusive areas where you assume there's some sort of security or at least something. It's not like you're, putting a ladder up to a second-story window.
So we know about Mahomes and Kelce, but there were also several other ones. So in an out-of-home game in October 2024 is considered a time when a player from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had his house in his home city burglarized. They took jewelry, designer watches, expensive suitcase, and a firearm. The Wisconsin home of a Milwaukee Bucks player was burglarized in November 2024. Again, over $1.5 million worth of merchandise. In December 2024, Cincinnati Bengals player was targeted, along with the Memphis Grizzlies players and more. Like, there's a whole list of them I have here.
Do you know it might work if when you leave, put the radio on?
The FBI exposed activities of the group utilizing search warrants, subpoenaed information, and other methods. Allegedly, the suspects will stand trial in a matter of months. If convicted, they'll incur lengthy terms of imprisonment for their conduct associated with the over $2 million, well over $2 million in robbery.
That's insane.
Yep. A theme park in Indonesia had a crocodile staying there after it was saved from a flood the week prior. People were visiting the park to make offerings to the lucky crocodile, which most visitors assumed was tame. Well, it wasn't. An elderly man reached out to offer the reptile some food, and it grabbed his arm and pulled him into the water. After being thrashed around in the water by the croc, the 70-year-old was rescued and left with a damaged arm.
That was fun.
As you would expect. And the park, which includes mini windmills, dairy animals, and farming exhibitions, no longer includes a crocodile. After the attack, they surrendered it to authorities to be released back into the wild. An Android phone user accidentally sent a naked photo of himself to his friends and family with his phone's emergency SOS feature.
You're going to want to see this.
So the man explained that while trying to turn off his alarm, he inadvertently activated the emergency function by pressing the power button 5 times. Doing that triggered his phone to send an alert, including a photo to his emergency contacts. The photo it sent was explicit, meaning his friends and family got an emergency alert about his genitalia. The emergency SOS feature has settings that you can customize if you'd like to avoid the same conversation that he happens to be having.
So what were the
right
recipients thinking the message was?
now. I do not know. All right, and also a sexy mugshot of a woman whose name has yet to be released has gone viral. The wildly attractive woman with a devious smirk was arrested after the poor decision she made allegedly after not taking a breakup too well. So reportedly, the woman snuck onto the property of her ex at night, and this is the interesting part. She stuffed his car's gas tank with Skittles that had already been sucked on.
Pre-sucked Skittles.
Followed by a generous pour of Coke Zero. So I don't know why she decided to suck on the Skittles first.
That makes nitroglycerin, Preston.
By morning, the damage to the car was done. The car wouldn't start, and mechanic estimates say that the repair cost to the fuel system of the vehicle will easily run into the thousands as well.
Wow.
But I guess maybe it makes it a little more potent if you're sucking on them ahead of time. I don't really know. All right, one more story, and then we'll wrap it up. In Lake Havasu City, Arizona, a fraud investigation led the FBI to uncover a weapons ring involving a pastor and a convicted felon named Fred Blakely. The two were allegedly preparing for a civil war, and the felon was working with the pastor to manufacture firearms on the pastor's property to distribute statewide. Authorities discovered a significant cache of weapons during the investigation, and both the felon and the pastor are facing multiple charges involving illegal possession and distribution of firearms.
Good news, Pastor. I'm almost done with the tank.
The investigation is ongoing, and so far, the pastor hasn't been named in the court documents. And that is what we will end the bizarre file with this morning. I just saw David Draiman was calling in on our Xfinity mobile guest line. We told him to call back in just a second because I believe we have new Disturbed to play. We do. We're going to do that first, and then we'll talk to him.
Okay,
excellent. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. New Disturbed music on the other side, and David Draiman as well. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
That should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it, And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well, but we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up, I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask,
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain society, not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks. Yeah,
exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr, Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got high just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. Well, actually, on his tombstone, it says, there goes the neighborhood, because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple of years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dead. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that.
3 WMMR, it's everything that rocks. A little toe tapper from Disturbed, and the song is called I Will Not Break. That is brand new music. You're hearing it first here on MMR, and this is the perfect opportunity to talk to the man behind the vocals in that very song right now. And there is the 25th anniversary tour of The Sickness that the band is celebrating. Wednesday, April 2nd, they will be at the Wells Fargo Center. I am talking about Disturbed, and we have, ladies and gentlemen, on our Xfinity Mobile guest line, Mr. David Draiman, who's joining us this morning. David, good morning to you.
Hello. Good morning to everyone.
Hey, congratulations on, yet again, more new music from the band. The song, that's our first listen just now. As you were on hold, it was our first time hearing that. And you're definitely getting all of Disturbed in that song for sure. And while just quickly listening to it, David, and not having a chance to absorb it yet, it seems that it's yet again another kind of overcoming adversity theme that you went with in this song. Would that be a correct assumption?
Kind of a common recurring theme with our songs, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing. I mean, you seem to, that seems to be where your head is at, trying to make the best of this life,
Yeah, not always an easy thing to do.
No.
It's definitely it was meant to be a contrast to some of the darkness that I was going through last touring cycle that I spoke about quite a bit when performing live. It's so appropriate and so poignant right now. It's so necessary and needed on so many levels. I personally needed to revisit it and use its healing powers for yours truly as well. It's definitely a source of strength for me, and I hope that it is a source of strength and empowerment for everyone that gets to hear it.
Yeah, music can do that. Music is particularly well equipped to do that. But it's David, over the years, we talk about, we're primarily a pop culture based show, and we try to be the antidote to stuff that people are going through. But we also address issues of depression and dealing with things and so on and so forth. And a lot of times, people are afraid that they expose themselves and they're going to get laughed at or castigated or whatever. Did you have to work to get to the point where you could express yourself the way you do through music, or was that an immediate spigot and outlet for you?
Well, it's been a means of the best means of therapy for me since we started writing music together, more than 25 years ago. So it's in my humble opinion, the best therapy in existence. I love being able to have that outlet. I live for it. I don't know what I'd do without it. It's the best thing available.
Will we know?
If you will.
Will we know that you've reached your absolute goal when we hear a Disturbed song in a Hallmark Christmas movie?
I'm all about it. I'm all about any of our songs being in anything. I think that there's a lot more tracks that we have in the vault are part of. This is the beginning of the collection of songs that will eventually be a album or whatever people want to call it these days. That'll probably end up being released in 2026. We're going to take our time releasing song by song, single by single. One of the biggest rubs that any musician has to deal with is that we pour our hearts out and our souls into the music, and you end up making an album's worth of material. There's 10 or 12 tracks. About 3 or 4 end up seeing the actual light of day by getting to be singles or on radio and so on and so forth, and the rest of them just end up sitting on a shelf and collecting dust. And, so this time we wanted to approach things a little differently because this particular body of work is so compelling and so strong. There are so many single contenders among this grouping of songs that it's a good problem to have, but we wanted to be able to space them out and give them each their individual love. And there was no better way to start this whole process than with I Will Not Break. There's a reason why we chose this as the lead track. It definitely comes from our humble beginnings. It is definitely adhering to the things that we love most polyrhythm and syncopation and melody and empowerment.
So
hopefully the train keeps going.
A quarter century, the Sickness 25th anniversary tour. When you're playing this and you look back, obviously as an artist you evolve and you can visit and look at something through a different perspective. Is this like for you going through a photo album and getting a snapshot of where you were at the time when this music is performed, or what is going through your mind when you're in that zone performing this tour, this album?
It definitely is much like a photo album, and unfortunately sometimes there are pictures in the photo album that look like your parent dressing you in that lovely outfit you were wearing in the 70s. That's crazy as all hell.
Yeah.
So don't get me wrong. I have a tremendous love and admiration for the first record, as so many people do. There was something very special about the rawness and the our relative inexperience at the time. But after 25 years of doing it, and you would think along the course of time you'd get better at your craft. You kind of look back at your first body of work and you're like, oh boy, I would have done this differently, that differently. Look at the way I sound in this section. I could have sang that better. I could have, you end up being hypercritical as anyone, I guess, would be on prior works. But it definitely is a nice little trip down memory lane. There's all kinds of nostalgia in every single one of those tracks from the Sickness record. So I'm definitely looking forward to this tour. I'm definitely looking forward to playing the Sickness in its entirety for the very first time. We've never done that before. Some of these songs haven't been played in 15 to 20 years. Wow. So it's going to be interesting.
Can you do us a personal favor? And we love Chris Daughtry, but they're going to be touring with you.
Yeah.
Can you make sure he gets fat?
Hell no. In fact, I'm going to hope that he can help me shred out even further. That guy is like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he's so dedicated to it. He's so religious about it. Yeah. And it's crazy. God bless the guy.
Yeah.
I hope I get to be half as shredded as he is. It's impressive.
Hey,
more power to him.
David, I want to ask you something you mentioned about the song "I Will Not Break." I'm the musician on the crew here, so when you said polyrhythms and syncopation, I did notice some of that at the end of the song. And for those who aren't familiar, it's something that rhythmically can trip you up and it throws you off. It takes you off the beat. It's very strange, but it's a tension that's really coolly used in music, and you guys do. Do you ever get to, are there any songs, here's what I'm getting to, are there any songs when you're playing live that you feel just a little bit nervous about because you don't want to mess it up because it's so complex?
Oh, God. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Our cover of The Sound of Silence is one of them.
Really?
It's incredibly challenging still.
Wow.
To this day. There's a song on The Sickness called Violence Fetish. That's one of those, again, one of those tracks we rarely, if ever, play. There's like B-sides that we've left off that go on all kinds of weird time signatures. And, there's tracks from the first record as well, like, for instance, Want, which is one of the first tracks we ever played together. It starts out with just a vocal intro, and I have a really, really bad habit of missing my opening cue.
Oops.
Buried in all this electronica. And so there's any number of the songs that are definitely, from a rhythmic perspective, melodic perspective, from a range perspective, challenging. But the biggest challenge stylistically with what we do is always associated with breath control. It's always associated with the staccato type of nature, the rapid fire type of delivery of the vocal that sometimes, or rather I should say that a lot of the time, we end up making our home base. And I don't know if people realize just how challenging that delivery is and what's required in order to execute it properly without completely shredding your vocals at the same time. It's definitely, it's a constant work in progress, though. And,
well, it's one of the things that
the older you get, the harder it gets.
Well, listen, it's one of the things that's always impressed me about you is your ability to do that as someone who speaks for a living and will try to pull off essentially what you're doing are tongue twisters throughout the night. And
no kidding.
And it's hard, so I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Excuse me if you've answered this, and maybe you didn't. I forgot that you had been asked this before, but concerning Sound of Silence, was there ever any feedback from Paul Simon? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He called me, or rather, he actually sent me an email a couple days after our Conan performance. It was the first time he contacted me, and said how blown away he was by it, and it just was very, very complimentary, and I was overwhelmed.
That has to be impressive because he's meticulous, and to have that come. I mean, were you? I'm not gonna say you're walking on eggshells, but were you nervous as to his reaction?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As nervous as you could possibly be. One of the most prolific songwriters of all time. To have the seal of approval from him and the blessing. And we actually ended up meeting face to face a couple of years later. I used to do this benefit for the Maui Food Bank that Alice Cooper's manager, Chef Gordon, would put on in Maui every year. And it was always a crazy collection of a cast of characters. And, I'd be like singing with, Steven Tyler and Mick Fleetwood on drums. And I mean, it was always a crazy, kind of thing going on. But one of the parties that he had one year, Paul was there, and he introduced me, and we sat down, and we talked for about 20 minutes, and it was amazing. It was very, very surreal still, just kind of,
At the very least, he would at least owe you dinner or something, I mean, because,
Yeah, I think I helped him buy that new house.
Yeah, right?
You certainly contributed, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, that was actually one of the things he said to me. It's like, not only has your version, introduced a whole new generation of fans to the song, but they've introduced them to the whole rest of the Simon and Garfunkel catalog. So I'm like, well, you're welcome, sir.
No.
If you want to go ahead and, pay back a little bit what we've done to help you, let me know.
Listen,
honestly, I'm just so overwhelmed that he, enjoys the song and has given us his blessing and I can't get, it never gets old, the different reincarnations and how many people it still continues to reach and affect.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, it is wonderful. Well, listen, David, we know that there's excitement about your guys' show. You're playing the Wells Fargo Center. This is going to be on Wednesday, April 2nd. So you're going to be playing The Sickness beginning to end. Is there like an intermission or a switch where will you go back to a different playlist? You know how the format lays out?
There'll be an intermission, and then there'll be a greatest hits set as well.
Excellent.
Oh, that sounds terrific. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and we're huge fans of Chris Daughtry as well. I think you guys together on this bill is a perfect symmetry. So we're very much looking forward to that. So we actually have
more. I thought him and nothing more, and then on the first one we've got Seven Dust Guys, and we got some 3 Days Grace. It's going to be crazy.
Great.
I love the whole run.
Nice. David, thanks for checking in. Continued success. We're happy that you've got new music out, and we will see you in April when you make your way into Philadelphia.
Appreciate you guys. Looking forward. Thank
you got it. David Draiman, guys. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Really positive guy. I mean, even though he's kind of got this dark air about him, he's a really, really cool dude. And we actually have, well, I can't do it now because we're going to do the lesson
we'll do it
question.
during music news.
I'll give away some tickets to that show in a little while. Yeah, pretty
You'll
cool
get
thing.
down with the tickets.
Yeah, down with the tickets. All right, lesson question time, though. We're going to give away something else. I have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets for the Home and Garden Show, which is today through Sunday at the Expo San Bernardino. We just had our buddy Christopher Knight here, Peter Brady, who's going to be appearing.
Casey.
Kathy will, no, it's Kathy will be there tonight, but use the promo code Casey.
Right.
In order to get
I've been talking about Kathy's appearance for the whole week.
A couple weeks now.
Yeah.
5 to 7 tonight.
They should email me, and then I'll talk to Casey about it, and he can find out from Kathy when she's going to be there.
So the lesson question is, what does Steve want me to be renamed as? It was a name that he heard this morning that he thought was a nice name from a celebrity who had a baby. And what should the new show be called? What should my name change to? That was from like 6:55 this morning. 215-263-WMMR. If you remember, if you heard it, call now. We're going to do the trash right calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Neumann University. You can join them for New Night Day on Saturday, March 22nd and discover all that awaits you. Tour the campus, meet students, and jumpstart your future as a Neumann Knight. To register and learn more, visit newman.edu/admission. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Bianca Censori starting to release statements over why she filed for divorce from Kanye West. Censori says she'd begun to see signs that West was goose-stepping outside their marriage. And she was worried.
Oh, my God.
The poorly performing and incredibly expensive, in fact, the most expensive show on TV, Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, has been renewed for a third season on Amazon Prime. Prime execs explained the surprising decision, saying they did not want to disappoint the fan.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Shakira having to miss a few concert dates because of intestinal issues. Shakira says the last thing any audience wants is her rapid-fire hip shaking during a crap geyser. Yeah. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
We will go to the phone, see if somebody knows the answer to this. What does Steve want me to rename me? Let's go to Eddie. Hey, Eddie, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Eddie. All right, what should my name be?
Haven.
Haven. Yes. Hang on a second, Eddie. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show, and it is tonight, or today, through Sunday, I should say, at the Expo Center in Oaks. Tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com, and for discount tickets, you can use the promo code KC.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Got a couple of quick stories to go with. We'll start with this one. No band has more #1 singles on Billboard's American Alternative Song Chart or spent more time at #1. But now the Red Hot Chili Peppers are looking to cash in. After selling over 120 million records since 1982, the band has put a price tag on their entire music catalog, and it is $350 million. The band reportedly owns the rights to all 13 of the studio albums that they've put out, which brings in around $26 million every year. Sources say the Peppers are close to reaching a deal with Warner Music Group for the catalog.
$250 million. Was Springsteen was half a billion, right? $500 million?
So Sony paid for Pink Floyd $400 million. And for Queen, it was $1.27 billion. So Queen was the big one.
Yeah, and you hear them more than any other band. You hear Queen, I think, in commercials.
Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering, if they bring in $26 million a year.
Yeah. They could get a swim spa.
No. I mean, if they already bring in $26 million a year, I wonder why now is the point where they want to sell their catalog for $350 million. Because you could still cash in year after year for a while.
Yeah.
But maybe there's more to it than I'm thinking about. Maybe with the management of it all comes other expenses.
William Devane advised them to invest in gold. And I think they're transferring.
Okay, maybe that's what it is. Springsteen sold his music rights for more than $500 million to Sony Music Entertainment Center. So they're eyeballing $350 million. So we'll see if they get it. Phil Collins has struggled with severe back and nerve issues for a long time now, which led him to retire from touring and stop playing drums. And he hasn't released new music since his 2010 covers album, Going Back. And in a recent interview, he admitted that fans should not expect anything new. He said, I keep thinking I should go downstairs to the studio and see what happens. But then he says, but I'm not hungry for it anymore. His last live performance was in March of 2022 at the final show of the Genesis The Last Domino Farewell Tour, where he sang while seated as his son played drums. His last album of originals was in 2002 with Testify. So it's unfortunate, but he's just done with it.
You turned me on to Drumeo, which is that website, and then they have a YouTube channel, and I watched the Phil Collins special, which was great and a little sad, but also he's charismatic, And his son, though, is great. His
Yeah.
son has really picked up the mantle, and that's a great channel. Even if you're not a drummer, as I am not, but you appreciate a lot of these musicians, they'll deconstruct classic drum
songs
pieces,
and
stuff that you
the drums
probably
from it.
air drum to. It's great.
Yeah, and they'll tell some stories, and then sometimes they have drummers play songs that aren't from their repertoire. They'll say, "All right, here's a jazz song you've never heard before. Let's see you play to it."
So they
have
took
some fun stuff like that.
The one I love, Preston, is Kenny Aronoff, who's a legendary drummer. They had him play a song from Yes that he was unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
And so, in case he imagines what he thinks the drums would be like or what he would do, and they play the original version for him, and he's like, oh, that was a good choice.
Okay.
And it's interesting to see that.
They had one with Mike Portnoy, and he didn't know, but he was playing to a Taylor Swift song until they got done with it. He's like, "Who is this?" It's Taylor Swift. No, it's Taylor Swift. And to hear Mike put his chops on top of Taylor Swift is pretty cool what they do. So, then the last thing we are going to do involves the gentleman we just spoke to, David Draiman from Disturbed. We have tickets to see the show that he was referring to, the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour, Wednesday, April 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center. And it's The Sickness in its entirety, and then in greatest hits and special guest Daughtry. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster. Go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets. But right now, we'll take callers 15 and 16, and we'll give you tickets to go see that show.
Do you think we can pull some strings and get Matt Cowper to introduce the Sickness? Are you ready to get thick?
215-263-WMMR. We will take those callers now, and we will give you those tickets. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will wrap up our show and give away our Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show
You
before.
have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Steven Starr's Comedy Club? Or
No, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's. And you guys were teenagers. And I was, no, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage. And then people go, how did the Full House dad get weird? I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. So, I mean, Steven Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay.
But I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
Are you going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know
we hold up
we're
our
going to
fingers so that we don't talk over one another, and so that but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central Roast because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately, and I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood, and I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that the economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross being, and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Geraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. It's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who were devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called and said, we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. Yeah. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy. I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again. Let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations and stuff like that. So you were always
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off.
He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice.
You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You know?
Yeah.
You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. Is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ.
I
Full House.
Gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
She's
the Hallmark
the queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But you that's the interesting part is you can make
Spin Doctors 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. They played Mountain Fest at one point, I believe. That was right before we started doing the Cardboard Classic at Montage Mountain. This time around, Better Than Ezra and Tonic, I think, right, are the two bands that are playing for this one. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
I got to make sure I get that right. God, I start to talk and I don't even think about what I'm talking about. Yes, and of course, the day before, that's going to be on Saturday. We have a party that's happening right after the Cardboard Classic is over, and it's called the M80s. It's the world's largest 80s party, tribute to MTV, and it's free to attend. So timing-wise, hopefully, it's going to be end Cardboard Classic, right into party.
That's what we're looking to do.
Yep.
In fact, the idea is to do any presentation from the stage of the concert.
We will see if that ends up happening. So let me see here. And that's 1 week from today, folks. I want to thank our guests. Today was a fun day. We had Mr. Christopher Knight on the show, who you know as Peter Brady from the Brady Bunch. He's going to be appearing at the Philly Home and Garden Show on the main stage tomorrow at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 12:45. You can get tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. It's at the Oaks Convention Center. He's a great guy.
He was.
He's at a point in his life where he does not shy away from talking about anything about that show. There's people who grow up as a kid actor and they become associated with a main role, sometimes shun that after a while, and he has re-embraced it, and he talks about all the stuff you want to hear about for the Bradys.
He makes fun of himself like crazy, which is hilarious.
And then we had a blast with our buddy Robert Kelly.
Yeah.
Robert was on fire today. He is at Punchline tonight and tomorrow, 2 shows each night. You can get tickets at punchlinephilly.com. And then we had David Draiman from Disturbed on. And David was a great guest, man. He had a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Played brand new music from the band just a little while ago. So their show... And they're doing the Cygnus 25th anniversary show Wednesday, April 2nd at Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com. We have another shot at winning tickets there. Pierre is here. How you doing?
Great conversations. I didn't hear the Brady Bunch guy, but I heard the comedian fellow and David. And David, he has that very distinct voice.
He does, yeah.
And, he sounds kind of like a college professor. And he's a very bright guy. I've interviewed him twice, once at the Emma Barbecue when they played. I think they've played there a couple of times. And once here in the studio when he had a side band called, began with a D. But I'm spacing out on the name, not Disturb, but I don't know.
Disdain.
Deranged.
Deranged. Yeah, whatever.
Dispatch.
Some kind of a D. Very, very bright guy.
Yeah.
And when we had him at the Emma Barbecue, Sound of Silence had just come out. And I had also asked him about that, but he had just gotten the email he referred to about. But he, when I talked to him, he had not gotten to sit down with Paul Simon.
Pretty amazing.
Because my question to him was, I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall when Paul Simon heard that. Just wherever Paul Simon was when he heard that version of that song. And to their credit, Disturbed does a lot of great covers. I mean, at the Emma Barbecue, they went into Bob O'Reilly. They covered Genesis, all kinds of cool numbers.
Yeah. And super nice guy, so it was great having him on.
Device is the name of the other band. Device.
Thank you. I knew it began with a D.
Very good, sir.
I like Deranged, though.
We can work on that for our project.
That's going to be your and my band, boy.
We'll write nothing but toe tappers.
Toe tapping. I love how you said toe tapping coming out of this song.
All right, let's get the letter. You ready, man?
2-2.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
N as in neurotic.
And we'll need a caller. Let's take caller number 4 at 215-263-WMMR to give us the word of the week and therefore win the prize. So while we're waiting for that to come in, we'll see what you have in store today, Pierre.
Another pair of tickets for David Shaw from the Revivalists Wednesday night, this coming Wednesday at the Foundry upstairs at the Fillmore. Also, Elvis Costello is at the Grand Opera House in Wilmington tomorrow with Steve Naive, his keyboard player. I think it's kind of an acoustic show. I'm not quite sure, but we'll do a block of Elvis. We have a birthday in the camp, so we're going to do Rio Speedwagon. That's right.
REO Speedwagon.
Yes, we'll be on the Rio. Now, REO Speedwagon is what we shall do. And one of the great lyrical talents and deep minds, you were talking about David Draiman and some of the other great thinkers, kind of the Shakespeare of rock and roll, is, as Kevin described him, the bard of the bar room. He's playing the Keswick Theater tonight, and so George Thorogood is also on the menu.
Wonderful. All right, let's find out if somebody knows our word of the week. And our fourth caller is Kurt, so we will check in with Kurt. Hi, Kurt. Good morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right, so we're looking for a word of the week. Do you know what it is?
Yes, it is Zen.
Great day in the morning.
Zen it is, sir. All right, Kurt, it's a solid setup, man. We're going to give you a prize pack from our friends at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. We'll give you an overnight stay at the hotel and a pair of tickets to see Jay Farrow at the Live Event Center on Friday, March 14th, my friend. Thanks, Preston. That's really cool.
You're the best. Wow, that's the best prize I ever got.
No. I accidentally put him on hold. So hang on a second. Kurt, now we can hear you. That's what you won.
Yes. I thought I lost you a minute.
That was my fault, bud. No, we hope you have a great time, buddy, all right?
All right, that's great. Thank you very much.
You got it. Hang on. We'll get your information and we will take care of you. We'll also take care of our sponsors for the day. I would like to thank Dunkin' Donuts. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And we are also brought to you by Trinity Rehab. Locations all over trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, a couple of guests to highlight. Actor Reese Darby, you may know from Flight of the Conchords and Our Flag Means Death. He'll be joining us. Actress Melissa Rock will join. There's Big Bang Theory and the new Night Court show. And we'll add a few more names to that list, I'm sure, next week. But we have our eyes on 1 week from today for the Preston and Steve Cardboard Classic.
Unbelievable.
One Mr. Pierre Robert will be broadcasting live, too.
Kazumba!
Yeah, baby. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend. And we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.